The Dodgers have just taken the field here at the Coliseum. And now, ladies and gentlemen, from Los Angeles, California, our national anthem.
Fred Haney of Milwaukee has made quite a few changes in his starting lineup today. He's taken out Adcock at first base and inserted Torre. He has Felix Mantilla at second base in place of Bobby Avila. And he is leading off with Bruton, who got one hit yesterday, batting in the number 8 position. He's going to lead off and play in center field. Matthews, the number 2 batter at third base. Hank Aaron in the number 3 spot in right field. Frank Torre in the number 4 position at first base. Lee May will play in left field and bat in the number 5 spot. Then it'll be Logan, the shortstop. Crandall, the catcher, who had 2 hits to lead the club yesterday for Milwaukee and defeat Mantilla, the second baseman, and Burdette, the pitcher. Now for Los Angeles, the lineup will be Gilliam at second. Charlie Neal will be in the infield. He'll be at second. Gilliam at third. Wally Moon will play in right and bat number 3. Duke Snider is in the lineup today. That's the one change for Los Angeles, and it is one of significance. Snider was out yesterday with a bothersome knee. His left knee is bothering him, but he feels sufficiently well today to start it, and he'll be in center field and batting in the number 4 position. He'll be followed by Hodges, the third baseman, Larker, the left fielder, who got 3 hits yesterday, along with Neal. They split the leading hitting performances for the Dodgers. Then the catcher, Johnny Roseboro, whose big blow in the 6th inning, a home run into the right field seats, provided the margin of victory for Los Angeles at Milwaukee yesterday. Batting in the number 8 position, the shortstop, Maury Wills, and the pitcher, Don Drysdale. Well, the Los Angeles infield and outfield is set, and as yet, the pitcher, Drysdale, has not taken his position on the hill. So it gives us a couple of seconds to add more of the picture. The umpires today, Barlick at the plate. At first base, Dusty Vargas. At second base, Augie Donatelli. The umpire at third base will be Jocko Conlon, who called them behind the plate yesterday. And down the left field line, Bill Jakowski. Down the right field line, Bill Gorman. Rounding out the team of 6 National League umpires here today. The first hitter in the top of the first inning will be Bruton, and the hand is for Drysdale, who comes out of the dugout. Drysdale from Van Nuys, California, is a 23-year-old right-hander. He's 6 feet 6 inches tall, 205 pounds, and has a whale of a fast ball. He leads the major leagues, as we mentioned before, with 239 strikeouts in 261 1/3 innings. Drysdale, however, has lost 7 of his last 9 decisions. He was 15-6 at one point in this season, and he slumped considerably and wound up the regular campaign with 17 victories and 13 defeats, pointing out, as we mentioned, that he has lost 7 of his last 9 decisions. Against Milwaukee this year, Drysdale won 3 and lost 3. His opponent, Burdette, has not been beaten by Los Angeles this year. He is 2-0, winning both of his starts here in Los Angeles, and with very good success. One was a full 9-inning job, and the other he went 8 1/3 before he needed a little help to finish it out. So it's Burdette 2-0 against the Dodgers today, and Drysdale against Milwaukee 3-3.
For Milwaukee, number 38.
The crowd crowd, as we mentioned, anticipated at 60,000 people, and it looks like they'll get it. It's a beautiful day. The temperature about 80, and here we go from our broadcast position, very unique, 35 feet on the ground, just back of first base. We are in a direct line with first base, the pitcher's hill, and the third baseman. And, Tony, if that third baseman gets a little scatter-armed, let's you and I head for cover.
And we got a left-hand batter here, so be loose.
Here's the first pitch to the leadoff man for Milwaukee, Billy Bruton, and it's a called strike, the fastball. Well, this gives us a little bit of a different perspective from which to view the game, and it's going to be a little bit more difficult to pick out the breaking pitches from the straightemans. Here's the next pitch. Cut on and fouled back over the screen behind home plate and up into the fence, and there's the first swing and the first souvenir. As you know, and we're looking straight out at it, over second base, this is the home of the big, short left field fence, 251 feet to the corner. All right, 1-1 on Bruton. Here's the pitch to the left-hand batter. Cut on, a roller out in front of the plate. Drysdale charges it, throw to first. He gets him by just a step. Bruton swung at a breaking pitch, and he topped it about 10 feet in front of the batter's box on the first base side. Drysdale made the play quickly, 2 Hodges, and it's 1 away. Here's Eddie Matthews, the Milwaukee third baseman, who was blanked yesterday in his home stadium. Also a left-hand batter, and he can pull the long one as well, you know. Matthews hit .305 coming into this game, and 45 home runs. Here's the pitch to Eddie. He takes the fastball, called strike. Nothing in 1 count to Matthews, the number 2 batter in the top half of the first inning here at Los Angeles. Drysdale unwinds, he fires, cut on and miss for a strike. And Drysdale is fast today at this point. He really zipped that one in. So it's a 0-2 count. 0-2 to Matthews. Everybody out today in Los Angeles in shirt sleeves under sunny skies, in sharp contrast to the climate under which yesterday's game was played at Milwaukee. Here's the pitch, and it hangs low and outside for a ball. And that makes it 1-2, a ball and 2 strikes. The first base coach, Fitzpatrick, is almost at arm's length from us at our broadcast position. I only point this out because it is unusual, and perhaps you will appreciate our vantage point and whatever we can gain from it in the way of an unusual approach. Here it is to Matthews, and it's a high outside fastball, taking the count to 2-2, 2 balls and 2 strikes. The leadoff man, Bruton, bounced out on a roller to the pitcher, Don Drysdale. The outfield, and we have to span the thing now from this position, is swung around toward right and deep, as well it might be from Matthews. Here it is, Teddy. He takes outside a changeup pitch, and that takes it to a full count of 3-2. And there's a murmur from the crowd as they anticipate that Drysdale will have to come in with a good one, and they know that this fellow at the plate, Eddie Matthews, has got the power. 1 away. Top half of the first inning, no score, nobody on. Drysdale, the right-hander, pumps one down the pike. It's cut on high, fly ball to right field, into the corner. It's curving, and it is going into the seats for a foul ball. That would have been short of the fence in right field, which is 333 feet to the corner. It angles sharply out toward right center field. It was short and fouled by about 6 or 7 feet, so the count stays at 3-2. In order to watch that ball from this position, about which we have mentioned, we have to pick up the microphone, pivot on our stool, and get a look at that corner. All right, Drysdale, full count, looks down at Roseboro. Here's the pitch to Matthews. He takes too close for ball 4. So there's the first base runner today. Eddie Matthews comes down to the bag just in front of us. And it brings up the right fielder, Henry Aaron, the Major League's leading hitter. He dropped a percentage point yesterday when he was blanked in 2 official trips at Milwaukee. He is at .354 on the season. And you may not know, some of you, that these playoff games, the statistical advantages or disadvantages accrued by the players, are counted as part of the regular season. Here it is, Aaron, a right-hand batter. He swings. There is a fly ball deep to right center field. Snyder over near that big fence. It's off the fence for extra bases. Matthews going to third. A play at second. Aaron hits the third. He is safe. And there's the Aaron's first rhubarb. The second baseman, Charlie Neal, took the throw in from Schneider, a strike, and put it on the runner, sliding in, but not quite in time. And Augie Donatelli is the center of the controversy at second base. Neal is there, Hodges there, Drysdale, and they're talking about that play at second. Aaron pickled a fastball off the fence in left center field, and that was a legitimate long ball that carried at least 350 feet as it hit 1/3 of the way up on that big screen out there, which is 42 feet in height. It sent Matthews to third, Aaron at second, and it brings up the number 4 hitter. And today, that's the first baseman, Frank Torrey. So that's hit number 1, a double by Aaron. That's his first hit in this series for the National League pennant. Matthews is at third, Aaron at second. There's only one away, and here's Torrey, the first baseman. Made a pinch-hitting appearance yesterday and did not get aboard. He's at first today. Adcock is not in the lineup. All right, the 2 runners edge away. Here's the pitch from Drysdale. It's swung on. There's a ground ball to the right of the shortstop into left field. Matthews has scored. Aaron heading for the plate. He's going to score. The throw is to second, and Milwaukee leads 2-0. A ground ball single by Frank Torrey. Sliced off to the left field side and through the infield. Drives in 2 runs for Milwaukee, and the Braves break in front. Johnny Podres begins to heat up in the Brooklyn bullpen, rather in the L.A. bullpen. All right, in the batter's box, Lee May, the left fielder. A walk and 2 hits in the first inning, and Drysdale has seen 2 runs chalked up against him. 2-0 Milwaukee, 1 away. Here's May. Drysdale in the stretch motion looks back right at us, and the runner at first. Here's the pitch. Cut on, fouled into the dugout, and skips right past us off one of the stanchions of the dugout just to our left. Frank Torrey, the base runner at first, has just singled home 2 runs with a ground ball single into left field, scoring Matthews from third and Aaron from second. Torrey on at first. There is 1 away, and the pitch is in there to May, and the count goes to 1-1. Ball 1, strike 1 count as he missed outside and low with the fastball. Gil Hodges straddling the bag, holding the runner, Torrey. Here's the stretch by Drysdale. The look this way. The pitch to the plate. It's too close, and he backs away from a fastball for a ball. That makes it 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike. I'll tell you one thing, Tony, about this spot. A fly ball against those white shirts in the background as we look up at the crowd instead of the usual position down is tough to spot. All right, Drysdale looks at first. He fires into the plate. It is cut on and fouled into the dirt, and it skips back to the screen behind home plate. Lee May appeared in yesterday's ball game, playing about half of it. Pafko started in left field. May came in as a pinch hitter for Pafko, singled and stayed in the game. The count on May is 2-2. Fowler and Podres in the L.A. bullpen. All right, here's the pitch to May from Drysdale, and it's low and outside, a fastball. That makes it a full count of 3-2. The on-deck batter is Johnny Logan, the Milwaukee shortstop. Drysdale, the lean, angular right-hander, stretches, throw to first, he's back. Getting back, standing up. A 3-2 count. 2 runs in, 1 aboard. And there's just 1 out. All right, May waits for the pitch. He cuts. There's a hot shot down to the shortstop. The flip to second for 1. The relay to Hodges. Double play. Lee May hits into a double play to end the inning. Torrey was forced at second. May was nicked at first for out number 2. And the totals on the top half of the first inning for Milwaukee: 2 runs on 2 hits. There were no Los Angeles errors and nobody left on. And the score at the end of the top half of the first inning is Milwaukee 2, Los Angeles nothing. Friends, what picture does a barbershop quartet bring to your mind? Silk shirts, spats, and the good old days? Well, just listen and see if it doesn't suggest something about good old-time beer.
Original, and it's here. The original, Pabst Blue Ribbon. The original Pabst Blue Ribbon is here. Such a beer hasn't been enjoyed in America in over 50 years. Look for the special label that says, "This is the original Pabst Blue Ribbon beer." Nature's choicest products provide its prized flavor. Only the finest of hops and grains are used. Selected as America's best in 1893.
The original, get original. Blue Ribbon beer.
No longer just a memory, but really here, the original Pabst Blue Ribbon beer. Enjoy that prize-winning Pabst flavor today. Here's the leadoff man for Los Angeles against Lou Burdett. Burdett, a 21-game winner this year, and had 2 successful starts against Los Angeles on the season, both in the Coliseum here at Los Angeles. All right, Gilliam, the leadoff hitter, the third baseman. The first pitch to him from the right-hander is outside for a ball, 1-0. Gilliam this year, including yesterday's first playoff game, is hitting .283. The third baseman, slight of build, relatively short, stands with a wide stance. The next pitch is a strike call, getting the outside corner just above the knees. And the count goes to 1-1 against the first LA batter this afternoon. And boy, the pennant fever in Los Angeles was in evidence last night at the airport, where a big crowd, estimated at about 4,500, was on hand to greet the club coming back. Change-up, bounced down to Matthews on one hop at third. The long throw across, and he's out. Gilliam is a bounce-out victim to the third baseman, Matthews. That makes it 1 away. He leaned out and punched a fastball on one hop down to Matthews, moving toward the bag and spearing it about shoulder high. His throw to Torrey, just in front of us, was in time, and it's 1 away. Here's Charlie Neal. Neal, a right-hand batter. Neal had 3 hits in yesterday's game at Milwaukee and was one of the hitting stars for Los Angeles. But, of course, the big blow was Roseborough's 6th-inning homer. He cuts at the first one, a breaking fastball. Burdett fired that one in fast, broke it off, and it's strike one. Greg Malevy is the coach for Los Angeles, right in front of us. 0-1 count to Charlie Neal, the LA second baseman. All right, Burdett, a great man in an important game, fires in. He misses outside with the fastball, and that takes the count to 1-1. Ball 1, strike 1 count. The outfield swung around a little bit toward left. The left fielder, Lee May, not shaded too much towards center field, but with his back just about to that wall out there. All right, Neal waiting for the pitch. It's the 1-1er. Here it is from Burdett. He swings. There's a foul coming off the first base side and skips right over our head and into the seats just a few feet behind us. The count goes to 1-2. Ball 1, strike 2 count. Wally Moon is the on-deck hitter for Los Angeles. Milwaukee jumped in front in the top of the first inning. They got hitting from the top 5, which is something they did not get yesterday. The top 5 hitters at Milwaukee yesterday of the Braves were blanked by McDevitt in 1 1/3, and by the relief pitcher Sherry, who got credit for the win, and well he might, he pitched a great game. But today it's Burdett and Drysdale, another big one. Burdett to the motion. Neal waiting. He swings. There's a fly ball. Deep to right center field. Aaron chasing it. So is Bruton. It's in there for extra bases. Rolling out to the fence at the 400-foot mark. Neal digging around second. The relay comes in. He hits the dirt at third, and he's in there with a triple. So Charlie Neal gets the first hit for the LA Dodgers. A booming high fly ball triple to right center field. That brings up Moon, the right fielder today, a left-hand batter. It's 2-0. We have 1 out in the bottom half of the first inning. Neal down there at third base. He really got a hold of a fastball and lofted one deep out in right center field, falling between the 2 outfielders out there and going for a trio of bases. All right, Moon, left-hand batter, batting in the number 3 position. 2-0 Milwaukee. Burdett taking a deep breath out there, towing the rubber, peering down at Del Crandall, his battery mate. Lou steps off and wipes some perspiration from his forehead. It's a hot one in the sun today, the temperature in the 80s, and right down here on the playing field, you can really feel Old Sol beating away. All right, here's the full motion in the pitch. It is a strike, getting the outside corner just above the knees. 0-1 count. From our vantage position today, we should point out that we're doing our best to pick out the break on the pitch, but it's a little difficult at ground level and off here behind first base. But we'll do our best, and I'm not trying to gain any plaudits for this. We'll just do our best to call the shot. All right, here's the pitch. It is low into the dirt. Crandall makes the stop. Wally Moon, 1-1 count. Burdette walks lazily up on top of the hill, takes off his glove, and does a little bit of work on the baseball and gets set to go again. The runner at third for L.A. is Charlie Neal. He tripled with one away, and Moon is up there, 1-1 count. All right, Burdette into the motion. Here it is to Moon. He swings. There's a line drive into left field. It's a base hit. In to score comes Neal easily. The throw comes into second base, and Moon holds up at first. And the score here in the bottom half of the first inning is Milwaukee 2, Los Angeles 1. And look out for this one today. It may be, if it continues at the pace at which it has begun, a free-swinging affair. Here's Snyder. Duke wasn't in the ball game yesterday, but he's in there today and batting in the number 4 position. He patrols that center field area for the L.A. Dodgers. And he and Burdette have hooked up on many an occasion. All right, off at first base is Moon. Takes a short lead off. Torrey holding against him. Burdette checks him, looking this way. Here it is to Duke. It's low, a little bit outside for a ball. 1-0. Charlie Neal tripled to right center. Moon drove him in, slicing a single off into left field. One away, 2-1 Milwaukee, bottom half of the first. All right, Burdette looks over, nods at Torrey here. And the Braves have a left-hander going in the bullpen. Here's the pitch to Snyder. He swings and fouls it back into the seats. As it seems from this vantage point to climb up the wall of the Coliseum. The bank wall, which is entirely covered now with white shirts and colorful dresses and costumes. Juan Pizarro is the left-hander warming up in the bullpen for Milwaukee on the far side of the diamond. All right, Snyder the batter, 1-1 count. Lou Burdette peering down at Crandall for his sign. Off at first base here is Wally Moon. Moon represents the tying run here in the first inning. Burdette's pitch to Snyder is swung on and fouled into the dirt right behind home plate. 1-2 count. We talked to a few of the ball players and a great many of the sports experts out here in Los Angeles about this screen in left field, which was a year ago the talk of the National League, but a great deal of the discussion about it has evaporated, as everybody who plays here now seems to be of the opinion that it is little consequence on ball games. There are a few so-called cheap home runs, but that screen cuts down that good line shot headed for distance, and all in all, they say it has little effect on the outcome of games. As a matter of fact, I think in Cincinnati, more home runs are hit for one park. Here's the pitch to Snyder. It's outside. The runner going down. The throw to second. He hits the dirt, and he is out at second base. Wally Moon is out on a strike throw from Del Crandall to Mantilla, the second baseman. And that empties the bases. 2-4 for out number 2. The count on Snyder goes to 1-2. The crowd, as you probably can hear in the background, is voicing its disapproval over the call of the Dodger base runner Moon being out attempting to steal the catcher to Mantilla, the second baseman, on a close slide play. So with one run in, the bases are emptied now, and Snyder is standing up. The count is actually 2-2, a correction on the scoreboard. The umpire at home plate, Al Parlick, holds up 2 fingers on each hand to confirm it. And Burdette's situation is eased a little bit. One run is in against him. Milwaukee still leads 2-1. And the big right-hander from Nitro, West Virginia, rocks into it against Snyder. Snyder swings and misses for a strike to retire the side. So the totals on the first inning for Los Angeles, 1 run and 2 hits. There were no Milwaukee errors and nobody left, and the score at the end of the first inning is the Milwaukee Braves 2, the Los Angeles Dodgers 1.
In baseball, it's 1, 2, 3, and you're out. But when it comes to shaving, it's 1, 2, 3, and you're in. Yes, just listen. 1, 2, 3. That's the sound of a new Schick 3-speed electric razor. And it means you're in for the most remarkable shave of your life. 3 speeds, because no one-speed razor is right for every beard. Fans, this new Schick actually lets you shift the speed and adjust the custom comb head to shave as close, clean, and fast as you like. Now, my beard is tough as all get out. If you're in that league, you shift to high for stepped-up speed. If you have tender skin, Schick's low speed serves up an extra gentle shaving action. Or you can even shift the speed while shaving for those problem areas like your chin or upper lip. That's the story, fans. Try this new Schick 3-speed yourself. Most dealers will gladly arrange a free demonstration. Set the speed, set the head, get the shave that fits your face.
The first hitter up in the second inning for Milwaukee, leading 2-1, is going to be the shortstop, Johnny Logan. Into the motion goes Drysdale. Here's the pitch to Logan. He takes the ball just above the shoulders and a little bit outside. Ball 1. Well, Tony Flynn, this is a considerable change in climate from yesterday at Milwaukee, isn't it?
Certainly is. A beautiful afternoon for a baseball game. And a little more tension and drama, I think, as the result of the weather.
All right, Logan takes a look at the next pitch, which is outside. Looks like a breaking pitch from here. And the count goes to 1-1. Ball 1, strike 1 count. Logan, Crandall, and Mantilla against Drysdale here in the second inning. 2-1 Milwaukee. Milwaukee got a walk, a double, and a single. Torrey drove in 2 with his single to go in front. Then Neal tripled and was driven in by a single by Moon in the bottom half. And it's 2-1. Here's the pitch from Drysdale. It's too close, and he does a jig. Getting out of the way, bit dancing back. 2-1 count. Drysdale wound up the regular season with an exceptionally good mark. But there is one flaw in the consideration of his ability to go today, and that is the fact that he lost 7 of his last 9 decisions. Here's the pitch. It's too close again, and he backs away from a ball, a fastball. So it's a 3-1 count to Logan. There is no activity in the LA bullpen just to our right over here. Logan, 3-1er. Here's the pitch. It's a strike call, and Logan started for first base, but has to come back. As he hears the strike call from Al Barlick and sees the right fist raised in the air. So the count has gone to its maximum against the leadoff hitter, Logan, in the top half of the second inning here at the LA Coliseum. Here's the pitch. He swings. There's a line shot over the shortstop's head. It goes into left field, and that's a base knock. Here's the throw in. And Logan holds up with hit number 3 for Milwaukee. A line drive into left field. The next batter for Milwaukee is Del Crandall, who had 2 hits for the Braves yesterday. 2 of the 6 that Milwaukee was able to pick up. Crandall on the season hit .258. All right, off at first base is Logan. There's nobody away. Here's the pitch to Crandall, and he takes the curveball strike. From our position, if we could read lips, we could get the conversation, as brief as it is, between the base runner Logan and the first baseman Hodges. They're just 30 feet in front of us right here at ground level. All right, Drysdale veers down, gets his sign from his big battery mate. Johnny Roseboro shakes one off. Now he's into the motion. Off at first is Logan. Throw to first, and Logan gets back, kneeling into the bag and touching it with both his knee and his right hand. He's back in time. 0-1 count to the batter. Del Crandall batting in the number 7 position for Milwaukee. Here it is to Del, and he takes a curveball, backed away from it, but it came in there and caught the inside corner. That makes it 0-2. Nothing in 2 count. Drysdale apparently chewing gum out there. He's jawing away. And concentrating on Crandall. Logan edges off about 3 feet, 4 feet now. Here it is to Crandall. He swings and misses at a fastball for strike 3. That makes it 1 away, and now let's turn over here. We've got a left-hander, Padres, and a right-hander, number 45, for Los Angeles, warming up. That's Don Fowler again. Fowler and Padres in the bullpen for Los Angeles. And the batter is Mantilla. Felix Mantilla, the Milwaukee second baseman. Bobby Avila played at that position for the Braves yesterday, and they're losing 3-2 game. Runner at first, one away. Drysdale, the strikeout artist of the Dodgers, fires to the plate. Mantilla swings. High pop fly ball toward right. The second baseman kneeled back. The right fielder is in and grabs it. Norm Larker. Rather, Moon is in right field today. Larker shifted over to left. Moon made the catch on the high fly ball, and Logan holds at first base. So here's the pitcher, Lou Burdette, with 2 away. Milwaukee leads 2-1, top half of the second inning. Game 2 of this National League pennant playoff. The scene moving from yesterday's rain, drizzle, and heavy overcast in Milwaukee to a sun-drenched Coliseum in L.A. Throw to first, and he's back in time. Hodges made the tag, but a split second after, Logan got back to the bag. Burdette steps out for a moment. Apparently had something in his eye. Burdette didn't do bad at the plate for a pitcher. He batted .200, getting 20 hits in 100 trips. Here it is. He takes the ball outside. Burdette, of his 20 hits, had 8 for extra bases and knocked in 8 runs. He had 7 doubles and 1 triple. 1-0 count. Here it is to Burdette. He swings. There's a shot over second base. It falls into center field for base hit. Logan going for third. Snyder's throw to third base. He hits the dirt, and the throw gets by. Logan is heading for the plate. He's going to score easily as the throw goes into the Milwaukee dugout. And Burdette goes all the way around to third. He's waved on to third base by the umpire, Donatelli at second. He was almost 2 seconds when that ball skipped past Gilliam. Now let's take a look up at that board. It's a base hit for Burdette. The run scores. Milwaukee now leads 3-1. Can you see anything from the press box up there? Well, it has to be an error. And from his ground level position, I would say that it skipped through the third baseman rather than the throw being away from him. He seemed firmly planted near the bag, and the ball skipped right through. So we'll call it an error for the third baseman, Gilliam. Milwaukee leads by a score of 3-1 now, and they have picked up now a total of 4 base hits in 1 2/3 innings. The batter is the leadoff man, Bruton, left-hand batter. Pitcher Burdette at third base, having aided his own cause. The pitch is in. It swung on line right over our heads and into the seats back at first base.
This is WOKO in Albany, New York, for the best in music, news, and sports. Remember, Troy Buick Roundup follows the game today.
Milwaukee has 3 runs on 4 hits. Here's the pitch to Bruton. He pulls in away from the fastball. It's a ball, making the count 1-1. Logan opened the inning with a single. Crandall struck out. Mantilla flied out. Both with Logan holding, and he scored on the single and the error. Here's the pitch. He's cut on and missed for a strike. A fastball breezed in there, and the count goes to 1-2. 2 away here in the second. Milwaukee scored a pair in the first, 1 here in the second. They have Burdette, the base runner, at third. And a 1-2 count to Billy Bruton. Here's the pitch to Bruton, and it's low for a ball, 2-2. Yesterday, of the total of 16 base hits, there was only 1 extra base blow. That was the home run by Roseboro. And today, of the 4 for Milwaukee, there's been 1 double. And of the 2 for L.A., a triple. All right, Bruton. 2-2 count. Drysdale in promotion. Here's the pitch to the left-hand swinger. He swings and fouls it back over the protective screen behind home plate. So the count hangs at 2-2. And Fowler has seated himself in the Dodger bullpen to our right. And Johnny Padres is throwing at a medium speed right now. Right-hander Drysdale shakes off the sign. He wants still another. 2-2 count to Bruton. Here's the pitch to Billy. He swings, foul ball back to home plate again. It goes into the big bank of seats back there. This big oval football stadium, the Los Angeles Coliseum, with a seating capacity exactly now of 94,600. The estimated today is 60,000. 2 2-2 count to Bruton. Drysdale into the motion again. Burdett off to third. Here's the pitch. A high pop ball wide of third. Gilliam giving it a chase. Going up now and goes in. Not quite into the seats. Not quite in. One of the fans jumps the wall, which looks to be about 6 or 7 feet high, grabs the ball and pops back in. The distance from third base to that wall is considerable, and Gilliam at top speed probably would not have been able to reach the ball, even though it did drop in the field. Here's the pitch. Bruton takes high for a ball. Full count of 3-2. 3-2 count to Billy Bruton. Burdett down there at third base for the short leadoff. Drysdale shakes off another sign. He wants to call this pitch. And he steps altogether back off the rubber. Bruton steps out of the batter's box. Now is back in. All right, here's the wind-up motion and the pitch to Bruton. He swings hopper toward the shortstop. Wills has it to throw to first in time to retire the side. Wills moving towards second, made the grab on that high-hopping ground ball and threw to first to end the inning. So the totals on the second inning for Milwaukee, 1 run on 2 hits. There was 1 error, and there was 1 man left on. So the score at the middle of the second inning is the Milwaukee Braves 3, the Los Angeles Dodgers 1.
What was so good about the good old days? Canoeing with your best girl on Sunday afternoon. The old open trolley cars. The long bicycle trips. Songs like Strawberry Blonde and Down by the Old Mill Street. And that good old-time Pabst Blue Ribbon beer. Man, that was good. And it is good today. That's right. The original Pabst Blue Ribbon beer with that great old-time beer flavor is back again for you to enjoy. The original, brewed just like the beer that won first prize of the Columbian Exposition in 1893. Just like the beer that everyone said was America's best. It's no longer a memory, but here today. The original Pabst Blue Ribbon beer. Such a beer hasn't been enjoyed in America in over 50 years. Try it, and you'll agree with those old-timers who said Pabst Blue Ribbon was best. What a great afternoon for a baseball game here at the Coliseum in Los Angeles, and we've had quite a bit of excitement already this afternoon with the Braves taking a 3-1 lead and a fair amount of lumber being put to the baseball by both clubs as they've gotten the ball out of the infield and well out into the outfield on a couple of occasions. We haven't seen anything in the way of damage as the result of that left field screen that is so short as yet, but it could happen at any time as it's not very far away out there. I understand, Bob, that in your conversation with one of the sports writers who covers the ball games out here, that they haven't had too many more home runs than any place else because of that short screen.
No, as a matter of fact, Tony, they have ceased to discuss it as being a freak of baseball because they have determined that it hasn't had too great an effect on the outcome of the ball games here over the last 2 seasons. Gil Hodges is going to lead off the second for Los Angeles, and it's Lou Burdett, who was touched for 1 run on 2 hits, including Neal's triple in the first inning. L.A. leads by 2, 3-1. Rather, Milwaukee leads by 2, 3-1. Here's Burdett's first pitch. It's cut on. There's a ground ball to the shortstop, Johnny Logan. The scoop at the throw to first in time to retire Hodges by a step and a half. So Hodges opens the second for Los Angeles, bouncing out short to first and brings up the left fielder, Norman Larker. Larker had 3 hits yesterday for L.A. up at County Stadium in Milwaukee. Larker's a left-hand batter. On the season, including yesterday's game, Larker is hitting .287. Lou Burdett into the motion for Milwaukee. Here's the pitch to Larker. It's a strike call. He caught the outside corner about belt high. And the count is 0-1. Larker will be followed to the plate by Johnny Roseboro. Will probably get a hand here at Los Angeles. For it was his home run yesterday at Milwaukee that won for the Dodgers 3-2. All right, the 0-1 count. The pitch being ready by Burdett. Here it is. He takes. Misses outside for the pitch, and it is 1-1. Ball 1, strike 1 count. The crowd at this moment, as you can probably tell, is very quiet. They're waiting and hoping. Milwaukee leads by 2. This is the last half of the second in Game 2 of the National League Pennant Playoff. Here's the pitch. He swings and hits one through the box. The shortstop, Logan, cuts toward second, makes the pickup, and throws in time to get Larker for out number 2. So the first 2 hitters in the second inning have bounced out shortstop to first. Here's Roseboro. Roseboro, the catcher, batting with 2 away in the last half of the second. Roseboro's percentage was .234 on the campaign. The big Husky left-hander swings at the first, but a high fly ball to left center field. The center fielder, Brute, shading his eyes and waiting, and he takes it for out number 3. So the Dodgers come up and go down in order in the second inning, and the totals on the frame: no runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on. And the score at the end of 2 full innings of play is the Milwaukee Braves 3, the Los Angeles Dodgers 1.
You know, a big league pitcher needs an assortment of pitches so he can pick the pitch he wants according to the situation. Now, for the first time, you can pick the right speed for just the shave you want. Listen. 1, 2, 3. That's the sound of a new Schick 3-speed razor. Adjust the shaving head to shave every kind of beard as fast and close as you like. Now you can shift to high for the stepped-up drive you need for tough, wiry whiskers. Or you can shift to low for a more gentle shaving action. Why, you can even shift the speed while shaving for the sensitive problem area like the chin or upper lip. 1, 2, 3. That's the sound of a new Schick 3-speed razor. First chance you get. Ask your dealer about the 14-day free home trial offer.
Eddie Matthews will open the third inning for Milwaukee against Drysdale. Milwaukee has 3 runs on 4 hits. Los Angeles 1 run on 2 hits. Matthews, his last time up, walked and scored the game's first run. He was advanced to third by Aaron's double, and both scored when Frank Torrey singled to left. All right, Matthews waiting for the first pitch. Drysdale rocks into the motion and fires one to the Husky third baseman. It's a ball on the outside. 1-0 count. The infield for Los Angeles: Gilliam at third, Wills at short, Neal the second baseman, Hodges at first, Larker, Snyder, and Moon from left to right in the outfield. Here's the pitch. Matthews swings and gets some wood on it into short right. Neal back, running. He drops the ball. It goes between his hand and his glove and falls in, and Matthews is safe at first. A weak fly ball to short right field. Charlie Neal had quite a run for it, and he got to it, however. The ball dropped between his bare hand and his gloved hand rather cleanly. It didn't appear from our rather close position here that he had touched the ball. The official scorer says it is an error. He did get to it, and so that is the second error for Los Angeles this afternoon, and on it, Matthews reaches first. Brings up Aaron, the right fielder. Don Drysdale, right-hander, into the motion. Matthews off at first. Here's the pitch to Aaron. He takes the strike on the outside corner, a fastball. Gil Hodges holding against Matthews here at first base in front of us. Aaron, his last time up, doubled. Sent Matthews to third, and the 2 of them were scored by Torrey's hit to left. Nobody out in the third. Matthews off at first. Here it is. He cuts and follows it on the ground toward the first base dugout on the near side. Aaron yesterday was hitless in 2 official trips. Aaron had another great season, batting a .354 percentage, including yesterday's game, with 39 home runs, 7 triples, and 45 doubles. Here's the pitch to Hank. He swings a high pop foul back at home plate, and it goes into the crowd behind the screen at home plate. So it's an 0-2 to Aaron of the Milwaukee Braves. Matthews at first, safe on error by Neal, the second baseman. 3-1, Milwaukee leads Los Angeles on a sun-drenched playing field in Los Angeles, California. Well, the Chicago White Sox will be paying strict attention to this ball game today back in the Windy City. The winner of this series meets the White Sox at Comiskey Park in the opener of the 1959 World Series. And it is said that the White Sox would prefer Los Angeles for 2 good reasons. A great many more people would get to see the World Series, hence making the World Series money cut bigger. All right, here's the stretch and the pitch to Aaron. He swings. It's a high pop foul. Roseboro down the line. The third baseman Gilliam comes in and he takes it just to the third base side of the pitcher's hill, about halfway between the hill and the foul line over on that far side. So it's a pop-up as Aaron lunged for a pitch that appeared to be outside and popped it up. The third baseman making the catch for out number one. And the Braves send up to the plate first baseman Frank Torrey with 2 runs batted in today on a single in the first inning. Torrey, left-hand batter. Drysdale checks the base runner here at first base. Torrey waiting for that pitch. One away in the third. Milwaukee leading 3-1. Matthews off. Here's the pitch to Torrey, and he takes the strike on the inside corner just above the belt. 0-1 count. The outfield for Torrey is swung toward right and deep. Drysdale into the stretch. Matthews off. Here it is to Torrey. He takes again. This time it's outside for a ball. And the count goes to 1-1. Ball 1 strike 1 count. The other reason that the White Sox would probably like to play in Los Angeles is that short left field fence, which makes base hits out of some short fly balls. The White Sox are not a strong, long ball hitting club. Here's the throw to first base. Matthews coming back. Sent Matthews to third, and the 2 of them were scored by Torrey's hit to left. Nobody out in the third. Matthews off at first. Here it is. He cuts and fouls it on the ground toward the first base dugout on the near side. Aaron yesterday was hitless in 2 official trips. Aaron had another great season, batting a .354 percentage, including yesterday's game, with 39 home runs, 7 triples, and 45 doubles. Here's the pitch to Yankee. Swings. A high pop foul back at home plate. And it goes into the crowd behind the screen at home plate. So it's an 0-2 to Aaron of the Milwaukee Braves. Matthews at first, safe on error by Neal, the second baseman. 3-1. Milwaukee leads Los Angeles on a sun-drenched playing field in Los Angeles, California. Well, the Chicago White Sox will be paying strict attention to this ball game today back in the Windy City. The winner of this series meets the White Sox at Comiskey Park in the opener of the 1959 World Series. And it is said the White Sox would prefer Los Angeles for 2 good reasons. A great many more people would get to see the World Series, hence making the World Series money cut bigger. All right, here's the stretch and the pitch to Aaron. He swings. It's a high pop foul. Roseboro down the line. The third baseman Gilliam comes in and he takes it just to the third base side of the pitcher's hill, about halfway between the hill and the foul line over on that far side. So it's a pop-up as Aaron lunged for a pitch that appeared to be outside and popped it up. The third baseman making the catch for out number one. And the Braves send up to the plate the first baseman Frank Torrey with 2 runs batted in today on a single in the first inning. Torrey, left-hand batter. Drysdale checks the base runner here at first base. Torrey waiting for that pitch. 1 away in the third. Milwaukee leading 3-1. Matthews off. Here's the pitch to Torrey, and he takes the strike on the inside corner just above the belt. 0-1 count. The outfield for Torrey is swung toward right and deep. Drysdale into the stretch. Matthews off. Here it is to Torrey. He takes again. This time it's outside for a ball. And the count goes to 1-1. Ball 1 strike 1 count. The other reason that the White Sox would probably like to play in Los Angeles is that short left field fence, which makes base hits out of some short fly balls. The White Sox are not a strong, long ball hitting club. Here's the throw to first base. Matthews comes back in head first, getting the back of his hand first. He's safe. Matthews opened this third inning, hitting a soft fly ball to short right, which Neal did not handle and was charged with an error. Here's the pitch. It is a strike call to Torrey. And that makes the count 1-2. And Johnny Podres, just to our right here, in the Los Angeles bullpen, continues to warm up. Matthews looks around at the first base coach here for a reminder of the number of outs, and there is 1. 1-2 count to the Milwaukee first baseman, Torrey. Drysdale checks the base runner, fires to the plate. Torrey swings. There's a fly ball to right center field. Snyder calling, waiting. He takes it for out number 2, and Matthews comes back here to first base. Torrey flies out to center. It brings up the left fielder, Lee May, who hit to a double play, ending the first inning. His last time up. Matthews still on at first. May, the left fielder, left-hand batter, throw to first to keep the runner close. Matthews gets back in. Drysdale looks over here at first base. Matthews again, keeping a close eye on him. With 2 outs, it's conceivable that he would be sent down. Here's the pitch. It is swung on. Ground ball, foul at first. Skipping on the ground right past is here. With the interest in this game, the press, radio, and television coverage at the ball game today, space was at a premium. Our broadcast booth today is actually an extension of the first base dugout occupied by Los Angeles. There's no roof over us, however. Here's the pitch. May swings. There's a hot shot on a line. Right back to the pitcher, Drysdale, and he grabs it. Drysdale made a backhand stop with that line drive, just reaching over to the third base side for the out. And the totals on the third inning for Milwaukee, no runs, no hits. There was 1 error and 1 left. And the score at the end of the top half of the third inning is Milwaukee 3, Los Angeles 1. And friends, here's some news that is getting around about the original Pabst Blue Ribbon beer.
The original Pabst Blue Ribbon beer is back. It's original. It's original and it's here. The original Pabst Blue Ribbon beer.
Yes, the original Pabst Blue Ribbon beer is here. Such a beer has been enjoyed in America in over 50 years. But you must look for the special label that says, "This is the original Pabst Blue Ribbon beer. Nature's choicest products provide its prized flavor. Only the finest of hops and grains are used. Selected as America's best in 1893.
It's the original Blue Ribbon beer.
That's right. The original Pabst Blue Ribbon beer is here today. No longer a memory. Opening the last half of the third inning for the Dodgers will be the shortstop, Maury Wills. Wills making his first appearance at the plate today. It's 3-1 Milwaukee. Burnett, who's been touched for 2 hits, both in the first inning, is retired the last 4 men to face him. He is 2-0 against Los Angeles this year. Wills takes the first pitch from Burnett, which catches the outside corner just below the belt for a strike. A 6-man umpiring crew here today again. A beautiful day, and it couldn't impress you more than it does us after coming from Milwaukee yesterday where the game was played for the first half in a steady rain and under cloudy, dark skies. Here's the pitch to Wills. He swings at one that looked low and outside and missed for a strike, so that makes it 0-2. Nothing in 2 count. The LA Dodgers in their quest to bring the first pennant in Major League Baseball to the West Coast. The World Series slated for Thursday or Friday is my understanding. Thursday or Friday, depending on the outcome here today. If Milwaukee wins and it goes to the third game, the series will open Friday in Chicago. Here's the pitch, and it's a ground ball to the second baseman Mantilla, but throw to first with plenty of time. Mantilla charged a slow-rolling ground ball through to Torrey and got Wills by 2 or 3 steps. Here's Drysdale coming out now. 1 away in the bottom half of the third inning. Don Drysdale, the 23-year-old right-hander from Van Nuys, California. Playing today in Los Angeles before a great many of his hometown folks. Drysdale plenty fast. He's big. Lou Burdett, who is just about 10 years Drysdale's senior. Burdett will be 33 in November. Here's the pitch, and it's fouled off to the first base side. Here comes Torrey right over in front of us, and I don't think he can cut it. It goes into the seats just behind us. Ooh-wee. That came through a pair of outstretched hands, and gave one of the customers a little bump. Nothing serious, though. Of course, that's my opinion. His is probably quite a bit different, isn't it? So the count on the batter is 0-1. That's Don Drysdale, the L.A. pitcher. Drysdale, right-hand batter. 6 feet 6 inches tall. He takes this next one from Burdette, bone on the outside for a ball. And the count goes to 1-1. Leo DeRocher was out here earlier today. Great many familiar faces from the motion picture industry in attendance today. Los Angeles has turned out to be a great baseball town. Here it is to Drysdale, and he takes the breaking pitch on the outside. And the count is 2-1. 2 balls, 1 strike. A big left field screen of interest to those who have not seen the L.A. Coliseum on too many occasions. It's 42 feet in height, looms high above you as you look across the diamond from our position back at first base. A big yellow pole marking the top of it. It stretches into left center field. And here's the pitch to Drysdale, a high pop foul off the first base side again into the customers. And behind that big screen, whose mesh is not visible to the eye, but only that yellow pole across the top, behind that screen, part of this big crowd at the Coliseum. The top of the Coliseum, as we look up at it at a 45-degree angle, looms high in the sky with only the clear blue sky behind it. 2-2 count to the batter. That's Drysdale, the L.A. pitcher. 1 away, the bottom half of the third. Milwaukee leading in this playoff game number 2 by a score of 3-1. Here it is. Drysdale pumped one foul again, off to the first base side and into the seats. So the count stays at 2-2 to the L.A. pitcher. Junior Gilliam, the third baseman, is the on-deck batter. Well, this place, which now appears to be about, I'd say 60% filled, maybe closer to 50 with the rim not quite filled, will probably be jam-packed. We're very near it if it's the World Series that comes out here. There's the next pitch to Drysdale, and he takes outside low for a 3-2 count at Burdette. Takes plenty of time facing his opponent today. Full count to the number 2 hitter here in the bottom half of the third inning. I shouldn't doubt, too, that the White Sox would be glad to come out here for this weather, which I can imagine is a distinct stimulus to a ball player. Here it is. Ground ball, chopped foul. Pee Wee Reese, who's picked up many a ground ball, takes it on the first hop from the third base coach's spot. You can hear a round of applause in the background for him. The Kentucky Colonel played many a great year at the shortstop position for the Dodgers. Now he's on the coaching staff, and he's directing whatever traffic comes around third base. All right, Burdette into the motion. Full count to Drysdale. Cut on. There's a high pop fly ball into short left center. The left fielder May calls. He drifts right over in front of Bruton and makes the catch. So that makes it 2 away and brings up Junior Gilliam, the leadoff man. Gilliam bounced out from third base this last time. The only way we can see that play develop on the fly ball to the outfield is by watching the outfielders themselves. Because the ball takes off with the background of largely white shirts and very light colors, and it's lost until it comes down against the grass of the outfield itself. All right, here's the pitch to Gilliam, and he swings. There's a fly ball to the left field side. Chasing it into the corner goes May, waits under it, and he takes it for the out. So the total time the third inning for Los Angeles, no runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on. And the score at the end of 3 full innings of play is the Milwaukee Braves 3, the Los Angeles Dodgers 1.
There are more than 50,000 fans watching the ball game today, and you just know that every one of the fellas out there has a different shaving problem. Now, some of the fellas have a beard tough as a barbed wire fence. Other men have problem areas. Until today, a racer with just one speed had to do for all 3. But now there's 1, 2, 3 speed in the new Schick 3-Speed Racer. Because no one speed is right for every beer. Yes, now you can actually shift the speed and adjust the shaving head to shave your particular beard as close and as fast as you like. You can shift to high and get the stepped-up drive to shave some wiry whiskers really close. Or shift to low for a gentler shaving action, whatever your beard. Now you can set the speed, set the head, and get the shave that fits your face with new Schick 3-Speed Razor. First chance you get, go to your dealers for a free demonstration of the new Schick 3-Speed Electric Razor.
This is Bob Finnegan with Tony Flynn at the Los Angeles Coliseum in California today for game number 2 in the National League Pennant Playoff Series. And the leadoff hitter in the 4th inning for the visiting Braves is Johnny Logan. Was one of the 4 hits off Don Drysdale. A leadoff single in the 2nd inning, and he scored in that frame. 3-1, Milwaukee. Moving into the 4th inning, 3 inning totals are Milwaukee 3 runs, 4 hits. LA 1 run, 2 hits. First pitch to Logan is low for a ball. Lou Burdett, who is 2-0 against Los Angeles on the regular season, was touched for a triple and a single in the 1st inning. But since that time, he has not permitted a base hit for Los Angeles. And the next pitch makes the strike 1-1. Johnny Logan opening the 4th here at Los Angeles. Logan had a very good year. He hit .289 from Milwaukee. The next pitch is a ball on the outside, makes it 2-1. 2 balls, 1 strike. Here in the 4th inning, it'll be Logan, Crandall, and Mantilla against Drysdale. Dick Drysdale shakes off the sign, nods his head in the affirmative for another, rocks into motion, and here's the pitch to Logan. He swings, reaches out for one, and punches it right over second base on a line to center field. Here's the throw in from Snyder, and Logan holds up with his 2nd base hit of the day, and hit number 5 for Milwaukee. He appeared to be reaching out for an outside pitch, and he punched it right over second base. That brings up Del Crandall, the catcher. Crandall was a strikeout victim his last trip. Man at first base, and there is nobody out. Milwaukee trying to increase upon his 3-1 margin. Drysdale checks the base runner. Here it is, Crandall. He holds off on one, but it's a called strike by Barlick. Crandall had 21 home runs on the season, and that ranked him number 4 on the ball club in the 4-base hit department. Logan edges off to first. Drysdale into the stretch motion again. Here's the pitch to Crandall. He shortens up and misses the bunt attempt, and it's strike 2. Crandall went into a bunting stance, missed the pitch. It's 0-2. Logan opened his 4th inning with a line single to center field. He's at first base now, right here in front of us. Here's the stretch by Drysdale and the pitch. He backs down and under a fastball. The count goes to 1-2. Ball 1, strike 2 count. Los Angeles victory in Milwaukee yesterday. Milwaukee leads this one. Here it is. He swings and misses for strike 3. And Crandall becomes a strikeout victim for the 2nd time today. That's out number 1 in the 4th inning. That's strikeout number 2 for Drysdale. Drysdale has given up 3 runs on 4 hits. He's recorded 2 strikeouts and has walked 1. He's had 2 errors committed behind him. Here's Mantilla, the 2nd baseman. He flied to right his last trip. There's the stretch by Drysdale, and the look again to Mantilla. He swings and misses at a low one, tried to golf it, and it's 0-1. Mantilla hit .215 for Milwaukee on the season. 18 runs batted in and 3 home runs. Drysdale getting ready to fire. He does. Cut on, fouled back. And he goes high up on the bank of seats behind home plate. Game number 2 in the National League Pennant Playoff Series, being brought to you by the original Pabst Blue Ribbon beer and the new Schick Electric Razor. Here's the pitch to Mantilla. He backs away from the fastball. It's too close. And the count goes to 1-2. Let's take a look at Padres now to our right down here, and he's throwing at a medium speed, not heating up too fast. Still working in the LA bullpen. Mantilla, the batter. Here's the pitch to him. He swings at an inside pitch, launches it deep into the left field corner. It's going out there, and it is foul, just missing the margin of that big screen in left field. You could see him pull in at that inside pitch and cut on it. He lofted it into the seats, out of the playing field, but fouled by about a foot down there near the corner. And the corner, as we've mentioned, is only 251 feet from home plate. But that's not all of the story. If you're going to hit one out of here in fair territory at that distance, you've got to loft it at that point at least 42 feet. So it's a 1-2 count to Mantilla. Waiting for the next pitch from Drysdale. Runner off to first base is Logan. Short lead. Here it is to Mantilla. Swung on and missed for strike 3. And so after Logan opened this inning with a single to center, Drysdale has struck out Crandall and Mantilla. It brings up Burdett. Single to center is last time up. That is strikeout number 3 for Drysdale today. And makes his league-leading total now 242. Burdett the batter, right-hand swinger. Logan takes that short lead again. Burdett takes low and inside for a ball. Ball 1 count. Milwaukee scored 2 runs in the first, 1 in the second. LA picked up their singleton in the first inning. Here's the pitch. Too close for a ball. And the count goes to 2-0. And the crowd, just a little bit, begins to get on Drysdale. In addition to the count being 2-0, 2-0, they feel that this is the man he ought to at least be facing with a 2-0 count. His opponent on the pitching hill, Burdett. Shakes off a couple of signs. Now Drysdale looks at the base runner at first. Here's the pitch to Burdett. That's a strike. He got a good one in there above the knees. A nice curveball pitch that comes the outside corner just above the kneecap, and that's where the best pitches are. To both batters, low and on the outside. All right, Burdett passes the bat across the plate a couple of times. 2-1 count against him. Drysdale fires. Burdett swings. There's a chopper down the third baseline. Gilliam has it. The long throw in time, and he beats it by a step. So the totals are in the 4th inning for Milwaukee. No runs on 1 hit. They're 5th. No errors. 1 man left on. And in the middle of the 4th inning, the score is Milwaukee 3, the Los Angeles Dodgers 1. Well, these people have been singing all day about the original Pabst Blue Ribbon beer. Let's listen, shall we? See what all the excitement's about.
Original Pabst Blue Ribbon. Such a beer has been enjoyed in America in over 50 years. But be sure you get the original Pabst Blue Ribbon. Look for the special label that says, "This is the original Pabst Blue Ribbon beer. Nature's choicest carbons provide in 5 flavors. Only the finest carboxylate grades are used. Selected as America's best in 1893.
That sure sounds good to me. How about you? Let's try some of that prize-winning Pabst Blue Ribbon beer flavor and see how good the good old days really were. Well, Burdett's getting his warm-up tosses in, and Tony, it looks like Blue, after a rather rocky first inning, settled down into a very good tempo.
That's correct, Bob. He has done an excellent job retiring 7 batters in a row since his trouble in the first, in which he allowed a base hit to Charlie Neal, a 3-bagger to deep center field, and on a single to Wally Moon. He then struck out Duke Snider, and no one has got on base against Lou since that time. He's been in very definite control. Lou seems to be the kind of a pitcher that as the season gets longer and the games get tougher and the pressure seems to get a little harder on the pitchers in the ball game, and he is equal to the situation and gets a little tougher out on the mound. That is the way it has been in the last couple of seasons, and of course you'll remember his great World Series performance.
1957 when he won 3 ball games. Boy, he really had it during that stretch. All right, Charlie Neal is going to lead off the 4th inning. Neal's triple in the 1st inning led to the L.A. run. It's 3-1 Milwaukee as we go to the bottom half of the 4th inning. And Lou Burdette is not permitted to hit since Boone singled in the 1st. He's given up 2 over the first 3 innings. Neal, right-hand batter. Burdette fires to him. He swings. There's a fly ball deep to left. It's going back. May against the wall. It is gone. A home run. Homered for the Dodgers to make it 3-2 Milwaukee. That's Neal's 19th home run of the year. He lofted that high over that 42-foot fence and it came down amidst the big crowd out there back to the mesh screen. Well, that's the first home run of the day, and that's hit number 3 for the LA Dodgers. It pulls them to within 1 run at Milwaukee. Braves leading by a score of 3-2. Neal has 2 of the 3 hits and 1 a triple, 1 a home run. Here's Wally Moon now, left-hand batter. And the crowd begins to get excited. They're waving toward that bench to Moon. He swings. There's a fly ball to center field. Bruton coming on. He can't get to it. It falls in for a hit. And there's some activity in the Milwaukee bullpen. Juan Pizarro steps out to get warmed up. Home run by Neal, a single by Moon to open the 4th inning for Los Angeles. And Milwaukee's 3-run, 3-2 lead. Could be tied by Moon here at first base right in front of us. He's sent around to score. There's nobody away. Duke Snider, the batter, he struck out his last trip. Now Los Angeles has a total of 4 hits, a home run, a triple, and 2 singles. Here's the pitch to Duke. He takes a spike on the outside corner just above the knees. Charlie Neal opened the inning by lofting one over that screen in left field. Moon dropped the fly ball in front of Bruton in center field for a base hit, 2 in a row to open the 4th. All right, Snider standing up there, left-hand hitter. His strike 1 count. Burdette looks at first base. Here it is to Duke. He swings and misses at the fastball. 0-2. Nothing in 2 count. Frank Torres straddling the first base bag in front of him, holding Moon against the bag. Snider, nothing in 2. Burdette goes for the rising bag. Wipes the first pitch across his forehead. Peers down to the side from Crandall. Here's the strike motion. And the pitch to Duke. He takes on the outside low. A ball, 1-2. 3-2 Milwaukee. The Braves lead by 1. All right, Snider. The strong hitting left-hand swinger. In the lineup today, he was absent from it yesterday. Don Gallagher played center field for the Dodgers at Milwaukee. Now here's the stretch by Burdette to look at first base. The pitch to Snider. He swings and misses for strike 3. And so the Duke is gone down twice on strikes. That brings up Hodges. And we hear more noise out of the LP crowd this afternoon than we have had to this point. After a home run by Neal, a hit by Moon, Snider is struck out. Now here's Hodges, who grounded out to the shortstop his last trip. Right-hand batter, strong hitter. Burdette gets his sign. Hodges hit 25 home runs this year. He swings. There's a ground ball between short and third into left field. It's a hit. The lead runner, Wally Moon, holds up at second base, and Hodges comes through with a ground ball single to left. That's 3 hits in this inning off Burdette. 4, and Juan Pizarro. The slice-go left-hander begins to throw hard now in the Milwaukee bullpen on the far side of the infield. Here's Norm Larker now, the left fielder, batting for Los Angeles. Moon is the base runner at second. Gil Hodges here in front of us at first. Larker, his last trip up, bounced out to short. All right, Lou Burdette trying to get out of this inning. Hold his 1-run margin now. 3-2 Milwaukee. We're in the last half of the fourth at the Coliseum. Here's the stretch and the pitch to Larker. It's a strike from the outside corner. A change-up curveball. And it's 0-1 to the L.A. left fielder. The first baseman, Torrey, way off the bag, permitting Hodges to take a pretty good lead now. Off at second base is Wally Moon. There's one away, a run in on a home run by Neal. All right, Burdette takes his time now out on the rubber, into the stretch motion. Here's the pitch. It is cut on and fouled right into the dirt at home plate. The count is 0-2. Roseboro, the catcher, is on deck. So we have seen the first home run of the day over that left field fence here at Los Angeles. A towering high fly ball that I believe would have been out of most parks in the National League. All right, Burdette looks down for a sign from Crandall again. Runners off at first and at second for Los Angeles. Larker waiting for the pitch. Here it is. He takes outside. After the pitch, Burdette came way down off the hill. He was halfway to the plate. His momentum carried him that far. He motioned toward third base as if to indicate to the catcher that he had anticipated a steal attempt. 1-2 count. The crowd getting excited here in Los Angeles now. Runners at first and at second. Norm Larker, the Dodgers left fielder, waiting for the pitch from Lou Burdette, the great Milwaukee right-hander. Here's the pitch to Larker. He swings. High pop-up. Back of the plate toward the third base dugout. Crandall over. He is going to get to it, and he grabs it. Del Crandall at top speed roared toward the third base dugout occupied by the Braves. Cupped his glove in his hand in front of his stomach and caught it right there. And here's Roseboro with 2 away. Larker fouls out to the catcher. The base runners remain at first and second. And Roseboro, yesterday's hitting star, comes up to the plate, left-hand batter. He said he got a low fastball yesterday. The one he ticketed in the 6th inning into the right field stands at Milwaukee. So we'll see how Burdette pitches to him. The outfield swung around toward right and playing him deep. Aaron way back in right field. Billy Bruton deep in center. Here's the pitch to Roseboro. He swings. There's the ground ball. Half hit toward the shortstop. The throw to first in time to retire the side. Logan to Torrey for the out. 6-3 to end the inning. And in the fourth, for Los Angeles, 1 run on 3 hits. There were no errors, and 2 were left on. The score at the end of 4 full innings of play is the Milwaukee Braves 3, the Los Angeles Dodgers 2.
Fans, you'll want to try the new Schick 3-speed electric razor yourself. You can get a free demonstration at most of the thousands of Schick dealers coast to coast. Come on in and let your dealer demonstrate this remarkable razor. The new Schick 3-speed is the first and only electric razor that lets you shift the speed and adjust the shaving head to shave as close, as fast as you like. Your dealer will show you how you can shift to high and get stepped-up speed for tough, wiry whiskers. If you have tender skin, just shift to low and get a good close shave with extra gentle shaving action. You can even shift while shaving for problem areas. By the way, if you already have a Schick electric razor, take it to any Schick shaver shop listed in the yellow pages and get the Schick Playoff Special. They'll clean and adjust it free of charge. This offer is good for the next 2 weeks only. So see the new Schick 3-speed now. Set the speed, set the head, get the shave that fits your face.
To open the 5th inning here at Los Angeles' big Coliseum, it'll be the top of the order for Milwaukee. Bruton, Matthews, and Aaron against Drysdale. Both starting pitchers have pitched 4 innings. Milwaukee leads 3-2, and the hits are equal at 5 apiece. Milwaukee has had 5 hits, one of them a double by Aaron, the only extra base hit. LA has had 5 hits, including Neal's triple and homer. First pitch is swung on and grounded foul right past our location here back of first base. Strike 1 count. Neal has a triple and a home run among the LA 5 hits. So it's a strike 1 count to leadoff man Bruton here in the 5th inning. Matthews, the on-deck batter. Drysdale shakes off the sign. Now he gets the one he wants from Roseboro. Here's the pitch. It's cut on and missed. A change-up pitch that he went for and was above it and in front of it. So it's 0-2 to Bruton. The men in blue stretched out on the playing field around us. A 6-man crew today down both foul lines and at all bases in the plate. Here's the next pitch to Bruton. He swings, and it's a high pop foul that's going back into the seats behind home plate. 0-2 count. And Padres, the left-hander, continues to warm up in the LA bullpen. All right, Drysdale rocks into the motion again. Bruton swings. There's a high, sky-high pop-up towards shortstop. Wills is calling for it right at his position, and he takes it for out number 1. So it's 1 away in the 5th inning for L.A. Matthews, the batter. 1 away in the 5th inning for Milwaukee. Matthews comes up. Eddie went hitless yesterday at Milwaukee, and he is 0 for 1 today. He's walked and been safe on an error. Matthews wound up the 1959 season at 305. Here he is. First pitch is low. That's a ball 1. Well, everybody had quite a plane trip last night. Very smooth and enjoyable from Chicago's O'Hare Airport. Speaking of the press, radio, and TV men, here's the pitch to Matthews, and it's too close for a ball, 2-0. The two teams flew direct from Milwaukee in their charter planes. We all jumped in a motorcycle-escorted bus from Milwaukee down to O'Hare Airport, north of Chicago. Got on a Continental jet, and they got out here in no time at all. Beautiful flight. Here's the pitch to Matthews. Cut on and missed the fastball. 2-1. The players arrived here in Los Angeles at about 12:30 this morning, just after midnight, which would be 4:30 New York time. Here's the pitch, low and close. One away in the 5th inning. Bruton popped up to short to open the inning. Matthews, the batter, with 1 down. All right, Drysdale has his sign from Roseboro. Here's the pitch to Matthews. He swings. There's a ball down the right field line. It's going to go foul, though. It goes into the seats. No, it's a fair ball. It was on the line and a fair ball. It's a home run. It cleared that short 6-foot fence. Let me lean forward just a little bit here. It cleared that short 6-foot fence right down the line, and it's a home run for Eddie Matthews. That ball was right on the line. It looked like it was curving foul. And we had to look down at the umpire in the right field corner, Bill Gorman, who waves Matthews around. It's a home run, and Milwaukee now leads by a score of 4-2. So Matthews homers, and Milwaukee goes out in front now 4-2. And the first pitch to Aaron is fouled off to the third base side. Gilliam giving it a chase, and he can't get it. It drops just inside the retaining wall, but out of his reach back of third. Well, Tony, that ball down the line was a close one. It looked like it could have gone foul, but by George, it stayed just in, didn't it?
It was a real treat for Eddie Matthews' relatives who were all here. He hails from Santa Barbara and told me before the game this afternoon that everybody's out here to watch the ball game today, and all pulling for him, of course, and he gave him a little treat right there.
That's his first hit in this series, and it went for the total for 4 bases. It increases Milwaukee's lead to a 4-2 margin. Hank Aaron, the batter, with an 0-1 count. Here's the pitch to Aaron. It's a strike call, getting the outside corner just above the knees. We've seen 2 home runs today. Over that left field fence by Neal of the Dodgers. And to the right field corner by Matthews of Milwaukee. Here's the pitch. He ducks under a high, hard fastball. And the count is 1-2. Ball 1, strike 2 count. The top of the 5th inning, Milwaukee leading by a pair, 4-2. Henry Aaron ducks under the next one, a fastball high again. And it's an even count of 2-2. Aaron has been up to the plate twice. He's doubled and popped to the third baseman. He'll be followed to the plate by Frank Torrey. There's one away in the 5th inning. All right, Drysdale into the motion again, fires in, and this one's low into the dirt in front of Roseboro. So the count to Aaron, Milwaukee's great right fielder, goes to 3-2. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Aaron also was blanked yesterday. There's a ground ball hit, foul at third base. And the count stays at 3-2. The left fielder, Norm Larker, goes over to retrieve it in foul territory, holding up the pace of the game just a couple of seconds. All right, Aaron in the batter's box, and Drysdale is set to go. He peers down to Roseboro for his signal. He has it. Here's the pitch to Henry. He takes outside for ball 4, and Aaron gets a walk. So that puts Aaron at first base. And here comes manager Walter Alston out of the L.A. dugout to our left. And he is calling in a new pitcher. We're getting a new pitcher for Los Angeles. Drysdale is being lifted, and Padres is coming on. So Drysdale pitched 4 1/3 innings. He gave up 4 runs on a total of 6 hits. He recorded 3 strikeouts, and he gave up 2 bases on balls. So Johnny Padres comes on, and let's take a look at his record, Tony.
Padres has been in 33 ball games, has started 29, has pitched 6 complete games, 192 and 2/3 innings. He has allowed 189 hits, 93 runs, has given up a total of 73 walks, has struck out 144, second in strikeouts on the ball club, behind Sandy Koufax, along with John Drysdale. Of course, Drysdale with 239. His earned run average 4.15, and his season record to this date 14 wins and 9 losses. So we switch now to the opposite side of the mound as Padres comes in, a left-hander to face the Milwaukee Braves. The Braves loaded the lineup a little bit with left-hand power today against the right-hand pitching of Don Drysdale to start of the ball game. Padres taking over now, a left-hander has been warming up for about the last 3 innings right next to our broadcast location. 4-2 score in favor of the Milwaukee Braves over the Los Angeles Dodgers. It's easy to overlook, I think, Bob, the fact that there is so much money in dollars and cents riding on this particular ball game this afternoon for the Dodgers especially. Of course, if they can win, they already have assured themselves with a victory, if they would win this afternoon, of at least a share in the World Series, a winner's share or a loser's share, as the case might be. Braves, of course, are grasping at straws now in these 2 ball games. They have to win them both to get in the World Series, and there's a lot of money right there for every one of those ball players.
All right, the first hitter that Padres will face is Frank Torrey. Padres appeared in 5 games against Milwaukee this year. He completed 1, made 3 starts, and came away with a 3-1 record against Milwaukee. Here's the first pitch, and Torrey takes the ball inside, throw to first base, and Aaron gets back in time. So we have pitcher number 2 on the scene for Los Angeles, Johnny Padres, the left-hander. Replacing Don Drysdale, Milwaukee leading by a score of 4-2 with 1 away in the top of the 5th. There it is to Torrey into the dirt for a ball. 2-0 count. 2-0 count to Torrey. Left-hander Johnny Padres, the red 22 on his white home uniform. Aaron takes a short lead. Here's the pitch to Torrey. He takes a strike called on a fastball. 2-1 count. Bruton opened the inning by popping to short. Eddie Matthews hit a home run down the right field line, just into the stands. Aaron has walked, and Padres has come on to pitch. Here it is to Torrey. He swings. There's a fly ball to right field. Moon going back a couple of steps and straight away right, and he takes it for the out. So that makes it 2 away in the 5th inning. And with the runner on first, it brings up Lee May. And we're getting a pinch hitter for May.
For Milwaukee.
Andy Pafko is coming out to hit. And the situation of yesterday is reversed. Pafko started in left field for Milwaukee and was lifted for a pinch hitter, May. And now today the opposite is happening. So left-hand hitting May, who batted against right-hand pitching Drysdale, goes out. And Pafko, who swings right-handed, is going in against the left-hander Padres. Aaron takes a very short lead here at first base. And Pafko waits for the first pitch from Padres. Here it is, Andy. He swings. There's a fly ball deep to right field. Moon going back against the wall. He grabs it and holds himself off from the right field fence with his gloved hand. A long fly ball to right field by Pafko, and Moon had to retreat to the fence to pull it down. So the totals on the 5th inning for Milwaukee: 1 run. There were just 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left on. So the score at the middle of the 5th inning is Milwaukee 4, the LA Dodgers 2. This is Bob Finnegan with Tony Flynn at the Los Angeles Coliseum. As we go to the bottom half of the 5th inning, it'll be Maury Wills, leadoff hitter for Los Angeles. Milwaukee leading by a 4-2 score. Wills is batting for the 2nd time this afternoon. He bounced out to the second baseman in the 3rd inning. Lou Burdette, the Milwaukee pitcher, has given up 2 runs on 5 hits. And LA has used 2 pitchers to this point, with Padres taking over for Drysdale in the top half of the inning. So Wills is the batter. Left-hand swinger. Burdette stands high on the rubber, gets ready to go. Here's the pitch to him. He shortens up. As if the bunt takes the pitch, it's a called strike. And in the LA bullpen to our right, the leather left-hander begins to warm up. Sandy Koufax. Here's the pitch. Wills takes the ball low. So Walter Alston is having Koufax throw hard. And it may be that we'll get a pinch hitter here for Padres in the bottom half of this 5th inning. Maury Wills up there. 1-1 count. Burdette gets his side from Del Crandall. And here's the 1-1 pitch to Wills. He swings. There's the ground ball. 1 hop right back to the pitcher. Throw to first, and he beats him by a 1/3 of the base path. So Wills bounces out on a comebacker to the pitcher, Lou Burdette. There's 1 away, and that brings up Padres, and he's coming out to hit. And Koufax, at this juncture, sits down. The situation evidently hinged. Takes the ball low. So Walter Alston is having Koufax throw hard. And it may be that we'll get a pinch hitter here for Padres in the bottom half of this 5th inning. Maury Wills up there. 1-1 count. Burdette gets his side from Del Crandall. And here's the 1-1 pitch to Wills. He swings. There's the ground ball. 1 hop right back to the pitcher. Throw to first, and he beats him by a 1/3 of the base path. So Wills bounces out on a comebacker to the pitcher, Lou Burdette. There's 1 away, and that brings up Padres, and he's coming out to hit. And Koufax, at this juncture, sits down. The situation evidently hinged on Wills getting on base. Had he gotten on base, we would have seen a pinch hitter for Padres and Koufax into the game. But Wills did not get on, so Padres is coming out to swing for himself. Left-hand batter, Johnny Padres, the LA pitcher. Milwaukee leading by a pair, 4-2 in this 2nd game of the National League Pennant Playoff Series. Here's the pitch to Padres. He takes the strike call, the breaking pitch that came into him. And the count is 0-1. If Milwaukee wins today, we'll be right back at this stand tomorrow afternoon for the 3rd and the rubber game in the series to determine the National League champion. 1 away, bottom half of the 5th inning. Padres swings at this one. It's a ground ball down the first baseline, and it rolls foul. Burdett chases across the line and almost to where we are sitting, picks it up in foul territory. Let's take 10 seconds now across this country for station identification.
This is Quality Modern Radio, WOKO First in Albany, New York, with the best in music, news, and sports, and the Bruce Hutchison Show every night from 8:35 until midnight.
All right, Lou Burdett into the motion again. 0-2 to Padres. Padres swings. There's a fly ball to right field. Hank Aaron going over into right center. He waits under it and takes it for out number 2.
Number 19, Jim Gilliam, third baseman.
Here's Jim Gilliam, the third baseman, coming up to the plate for his third time this afternoon. He's bounced out to the third baseman and flied to left in 2 trips. Milwaukee 4, Los Angeles 2. Each team has had a home run. Neal for L.A. and Matthews for Milwaukee. L.A. now has a total of 5 hits, and Milwaukee has hit safely 6 times. Here's the pitch to Gilliam. He swings. He slices one off into left center field. Bruton chasing it, and it falls in front of him. It's a hit to throw into second base.
Number 43, Charlie Neal, second base.
So Gilliam singles to left center field, and it brings up Charlie Neal. Neal has been going great guns in 2 trips to the plate this afternoon. He has tripled and homered. He has scored 2 runs, the 2 L.A. runs. So now with 2 away, Burdett has to face what has been his toughest customer today, the L.A. second baseman, Charlie Neal. Runner at first is Gilliam with the 6th hit for Los Angeles, making the hits equal. Burdett stretches, fires in. It's swung on. There's a fly ball down the right field line. Here comes Aaron. He's not going to get to it, and it falls foul by 3 feet, 3/4 of the way down the right field foul line. A fastball sliced off, landed foul, and the count is 0-1. And Neal, who had rounded first base during the flight of the ball, now goes back to the plate. The on-deck hitter is Wally Moon for Los Angeles. The Dodgers scored a run in the first inning, a run in the 4th on Neal's homer. Milwaukee scored a pair in the 1st, 1 in the 2nd, 1 more in the 5th on Matthews' home run. And after Matthews' circuit clout, Aaron walked, and Drysdale went out for Padres. All right, Neal back there. So is Burdett set to go on the pitcher's hill. Gilliam takes a short lead at first base. Burdett has his sign. Here's the stretch. And the pitch. It is cut on and fouled into the dirt. And the count is 0-2. 0-2 to the batter. The outfield for Neal is deep and shaded just a little bit toward left, almost straight away. The left fielder, Andy Papko, is back just about 3 feet in front of that left field screen. All right, Burdett has his sign again. Here's Gilliam with a short lead just in front of us. And the pitch to Neal. He takes a fastball, missing the outside corner. The count goes to 1-2. Ball 1, strike 2 count. The umpire at home plate today calling the balls and strikes is the veteran National League umpire Al Farley. Well, the White Sox, who clinched the American League pennant 5 days in advance of the end of the season, are keeping an eye on this one. Here's the pitch to Neal. He swings and gets a small piece of it, sending it foul on the ground back of home plate. The count stays at 1-2. Neal is having quite a series. He has 5 hits. He had 3 yesterday, and he has 2 today. Home run and a triple. 2 out, Gilliam at first. Milwaukee leading by 2, 4-2. Here's the stretch and the pitch. He cuts and fouls it back into the seats back of the screen behind home plate. Burdett has given up 6 hits, 2 of them for extra bases, both by Neal. The rest were singles. And so the big right-hander from Nitro, West Virginia, toes the rubber. Getting set to go again before this crowd, estimated at 60,000 people. Probably a little bit under, but a big jam crowd. Here's the pitch. He takes a half swing, holds off, falls down back across the plate. The bat slides out of his hands. The call on the ball is a ball to make it 2-2. And Burdett came off the hill to have something to say to Al Barlick behind home plate, and the crowd gets on him a little bit. So it's an even up count of 2-2 to Neal. Frank Torrey straddling the inside corner of the bag against Gilliam here in front of us. Burdett ready to go again, nods to Crandall that he'll take that signal. Here's the pitch to Neal. He misses outside for the fastball. And it goes to a full count of 3-2. Milwaukee 4, Los Angeles 2, last half of the 5th inning. A cloudless sky above, a bright, warm day in Los Angeles. Temperature about 80 degrees today and a shirt-sleeve crowd on hand. All right, Burdett ready to work again. Gilliam takes a short lead at first base. Burdett checks him, fires to the plate, full count, swung on ground ball. Logan, the shortstop, the throw is to first base in time to retire the side. Neal goes out short to first to end the inning. And in the 5th inning, no runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 left. And the score at the end of 5 full innings of play is the Milwaukee Braves 4, the Los Angeles Dodgers 2.
Schick, the inventors of electric shaving, are bringing you this ball game today, and because no one speed is right for every beard, Schick now brings you 1, 2, 3 speeds in the amazing new Schick 3-Speed Razor. It's the first and only electric razor that lets you shift the speed and adjust the shaving head to shave every kind of beard as close, clean, and fast as you like. Yes, now you can shift to high for tough, wiry whiskers and get stepped-up speed for a really close shave. If you have tender skin, shift to low and get a good close shave with an extra clean and fast as you like. Yes, now you can shift to high for tough, wiry whiskers and get stepped-up speed for a really close shave. If you have tender skin, shift to low and get a good close shave with an extra gentle shaving action. You can even shift the speed while shaving for problem areas like the neck or upper lip. Speed control and shaving head control. Only new Schick 3-Speed has both. Yes, now you can set the speed, set the head, get the shade that fits your face. New Schick 3-Speed. Get a free demonstration at your dealer now.
So we go to the 6th inning of Los Angeles with Milwaukee on top by 2. The pitchers now, Padres and Burdett. And the first batter will be Johnny Logan, who has 2 hits. And Tony, this fella's had a good year, hasn't he?
Certainly so. If the Braves ever nominated Comeback Player of the Year this year, it'll have to be Johnny Logan, who had a bad season last year, both in the hitting department and a little bit in the fielding department as well, and fans got on him pretty well. This season he came through, has been up around 300 most of the season, has just tailed off in the last month or so. Certainly come along very well in the 1959 campaign.
Well, Logan has 1/3 of Milwaukee's total of hits. He has 2 base hits. And has a perfect day at the plate thus far. His 2 hits came off Drysdale, and now Padres fires the first one to him. It's a strike called as he gets to the outside corner with a breaking pitch, the slider. 0-1 count to the leadoff man in the 6th inning. Left-hander Johnny Padres into the motion against Logan, and Logan low bridges under the fastball, 1-1. L.A. has Larker, Snyder, and Moon in the outfield. Gilliam, Wills, Niels, and Hodges in the infield. Padres and Roseboro, the current battery. 1-1 pitch being readied by the left-hander. He fires to Logan. There's a fly ball to left center field. It may fall. It is caught. A beautiful catch by Larker. A backhand stab. Running toward left center field. A beautiful grab for the out. A nice catch by Larker, a good defensive play. That ball looked like it might be in for at least 2 when Larker came speeding over from his left field position and made a lunging backhand grab of the fly ball for out number 1 here in the top of the 6th inning. Del Crandall now is up there. First pitch to Del is a ball outside. And while yesterday Crandall got 2 of the Braves' 6 hits to lead his club in hitting, today he has been a strikeout victim on 2 occasions. Next pitch low and a bit outside, and the count goes to 2-0. One away in the sixth inning. Milwaukee by 2, 4-2. The Braves up there in their gray traveling uniforms, playing game 2 of the pennant playoff. Here it is to Crandall. A curveball catches the inside corner, just above the knees. That makes it 2-1. Well, if Milwaukee hangs on, and it's early, there'll be another game tomorrow. A ground ball is hit down to the third baseman, Gilliam. Nice pickup. The long throw is strike to Hodges. And Crandall is beaten by 2 steps for out number 2.
Number 18, Felix Mantilla, second base.
And with 2 away in the sixth inning, it brings up the number 8 hitter in the Milwaukee lineup, Felix Mantilla, who was flied to right and struck out on 2 occasions. A throw from third base to the first baseman comes right at us here. Here's the pitch to Mantilla. And that one is a ball on the inside, ball 1. Padres into the motion again. That one swung on and lined over the second baseman's head. He couldn't come down with it. It's a hit to right field for Mantilla. The throw in by Moon, and Mantilla holds up here in front of us at first base. That's hit number 7 for Milwaukee.
Number 33.
And puts them 1 ahead of the Dodgers in the hit column. Here's Burdette with one of the hits that Milwaukee has picked up. He singled in the second. He bounced out to third in the fourth, and he's batting here in the sixth inning with a runner on and 2 away. Burdette, who is yet to be beaten by Los Angeles this year in 2 decisions, both gained here at the Coliseum. The starting pitcher today, and a head by 2. Now in the batter's box facing Padres, the LA left-hander. Mantilla off at first. Here it is to Burdette, that fastball, a real hot one. It's a strike call right down the middle. And Padres really poured that one in. The on-deck batter is Billy Bruton, the leadoff man and center fielder. All right, Burdette waits for the next pitch. Padres fires it into him. He takes a change-up curveball for a strike on the outside corner. And the count is 0-2. Padres bet in the fastball and then changed up on him. And the count goes to no balls and 2 strikes. Mantilla edges away at first base. Here's the pitch from Padres. Burdette swings. He went golfing for a low pitch and struck out to retire the side. So in the sixth inning, for Milwaukee, no runs on 1 hit, no errors, 1 left. And the score as we go to the bottom half of the sixth inning is the Milwaukee Braves 4, the Los Angeles Dodgers 2.
No longer a memory, but here to enjoy today. Original Pabst Blue Ribbon beer. Here's beer with a flavor the likes of which haven't been enjoyed in America for many and many a year. Matter of fact, ever since way back in 1893. That was the year that Pabst Blue Ribbon, from among all the many fine beers brewed, was named America's Best at the Columbian Exposition held in Chicago. Best then, even more enjoyable today. Try it in bottles, cans, or on tap. Original Pabst Blue Ribbon beer.
The original Pabst Blue Ribbon beer is here. Brewed just like the beer that won the Blue Ribbon. Such a beer hasn't been enjoyed in America in over 50 years. Look for the special label on every bottle and can of the original Pabst Blue Ribbon beer.
The original, Blue Ribbon beer.
The top part of the batting order for the Los Angeles Dodgers has been very effective in this afternoon's game. Well, despite the fact the Dodgers trail by a score of 4-2, Charlie Neal and Wally Moon together have combined to get a total of 4 hits. And they include a home run, a triple, and a pair of singles out of the total of 6 hits thus far in the ballgame by the Los Angeles Dodgers. And when you've got the top part of your order hitting, you've got things working the way they're supposed to work. But thus far, it hasn't put the Dodgers out in front. 4-2, the Braves lead. And right now we move into the bottom half of the sixth inning as the Dodgers come to bat. And here is Bob Finnegan.
All right, Moon opens the sixth inning for Los Angeles, needing 2 for the tie. Moon has 2 base hits and 2 trips, a single back to the bag at second, and 1 to center field. So he's been hitting them straight away against Burdette. 4-2 game. Milwaukee leads in the second game of the pennant playoff. All right, the right-hander into the motion. And here's the pitch to Moon. He swings. Fly ball to left center field. Bruton's got to run. He's getting there, and he grabs it in left center. So that's out number 1 and brings up Duke Snider. Snider, who did not appear in the lineup yesterday at Milwaukee, is in the start today. He's been up twice and has been a strikeout victim swinging both times. Burdett has given up 6 hits. Neal is chief tormentor, the home run and a triple. Moon has 2. Hodges has 1. And the 6th hit is owned by Gilliam. So it's Snider trying to solve Burdett now. Get the bat on the ball for the first time this afternoon and hitting into the fair territory. The first pitch to him is outside for a ball. Ball 1. The crowd today, which almost goes right up to the rim of this big Coliseum, is all around the playing field and fills the Coliseum's half, which is around the diamond itself. Here's the pitch. Snider swings. There's a fly ball, a high fly ball to right center field. Bruton back in front of the wall out there. He's going back and he falls into the wall, making the catch. Boy, the Duke really hit that one. But it has to travel in right field and in center field here at the Coliseum. The center fielder, Billy Bruton, backed up against the screen out there and pocketed it 400 feet from home plate. So that's out number 2. 2 fly balls to center field to open the last half of the 6th inning for Los Angeles. And the batter is Hodges with a hit in 2 trips. He's grounded to short and single to left. Hodges, the batter, nobody on, 2 down. Last half of the 6th inning, Milwaukee 4, Los Angeles 2. Burdett into the motion. Here's the pitch to Hodges. Gill takes the fastball a little bit high. Ball 1. 1-0 count. Burdett ready to go again. The outfield deep and to the left. Pafko back against that wire screen in left field for Milwaukee. Hodges getting comfortable up at home plate. All right, the brave Burdett rocks into the motion. Here's the pitch to Gill. He takes a strike, a fastball just above the knees on the outside corner. And the count goes to 1-1. Ball 1, strike 1 count. Dodgers 2 runs, 6 hits, 2 errors. Milwaukee 4 runs, 7 hits, no errors. All right, Burdett against Hodges. Here's the pitch to Hodges. He swings and fouls it down the third baseline. A slow roller. Back of the coach's box. Count 1-2. Ball 1, strike 2 count. Burdett, in 2 starts at Los Angeles this year, won both of them, pitching 9 innings in the first and going 8 and the third in the second. So this is a ballpark at which he has enjoyed good success. All right, Hodges ready, so is Burdett, pitching with nobody on, 2 away. Here's the pitch to Gill. It's a strike call to retire the side. In the 6th inning for Los Angeles, no runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left, and at the end of 6 full innings of play, it's the Milwaukee Braves 4, the LA Dodgers 2.
Fans, the makers of Schick electric razors have a whole network of shaver shops in all parts of the country. In these shaver shops, factory-trained technicians are ready to give your Schick electric razor the care and service it needs now and then. And right now, during the next 2 weeks, Schick is offering you a free tune-up. Just bring in your Schick electric razor, and these experts will clean and adjust it free. Put it in tip-top shaving condition. And listen, for all you radio fans listening to this game right now, Schick offers this radio special. When you bring in your Schick razor for a free tune-up, just mention that Dick Tufel sent you, and they'll give you a set of nylon shaving brushes for your electric razor free. This radio special offer ends October 15th. So go to your nearest Schick shaver shop first chance you get. The address is in the yellow pages of your phone book.
Well, we go to the 7th inning now. Milwaukee comes up, and in this inning against Johnny Padres, the first batter will be the leadoff man, Billy Bruton. Bruton's been up there 3 times and has failed to hit. He's grounded out to the pitcher, the shortstop, and popped to short. So it's Bruton to open the 7th, with Milwaukee on top by 2, 4-2. On the season, the Los Angeles Dodgers won 12. of 22 games against Milwaukee. Shortens up as if to bunt. It hangs high for a ball 1. So now in 23 games played between the two teams, the Dodgers have won 13 and Milwaukee 10. Here's the pitch to Bruton. He swings. He slices a pop-up back to short. The shortstop, Logan, going back, calling, and he takes it right in front of the left fielder. Coming in there, rather the shortstop for the L.A. Dodgers, Wills, grabbed it in front of Larker, so it's 1 away. Bruton pops to deep short. This is the third playoff in National League history, and the Dodgers have been in both of the two previous. They lost to St. Louis in 46, and they lost to the Giants in 51. Eddie Matthews now with a hit in 2 official trips. And the first pitch to him is a ball low and inside for ball 1. Matthews has walked, been safe on an error, and hit a home run in the right field corner. All right, Padres into the motion again. Here it is to Matthews, and he ducks under a curveball. Ball 2, no strikes. 2-0 count to Matthews, the right fielder Aaron, the on-deck batter. The right field corner here at Los Angeles is 333 feet. Matthews takes the strike on the outside corner just above the belt, and the count goes to 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike to the left-hand swinger. Here's the pitch from Padres. It's too close, up under the chin for a ball, and that makes it 3-1. Padres has been in the game, taking over from Drysdale with 1 away in the 5th inning. Since that time, he's given up 1 hit. Here's the pitch to Matthews. He takes a strike. A fastball that makes the count full at 3-2. 1 away, top half of the 7th inning. Milwaukee trying to increase upon its 4-2 lead. Here's the pitch. Matthews swings. There's a hot shot over the second baseman's head. A line hit to center field. He rounds first and holds up as Snyder fires in to second base. And for Milwaukee, that's hit number 8.
Right field.
Hit number 8 for Milwaukee against the Dodger pitching today, handled by Drysdale and Padres. And it brings up Aaron, who broke the hitting ice in the first inning of this second game with a double, and then was scored by Torrey's single. So Matthews now has been on each time he's been up today in 4 trips. 2 hits, a walk, and an error. And Aaron, the batter, right-hand swinger. Matthews off the first. Here's the pitch. It's a little bit outside for a ball. Makes it 1-0. So the Braves about hit the Dodgers now 8-6. Here's the pitch. There's a hot shot past the bag at third and just foul. Rolling toward the corner. He just missed with that one. And Roseboro, the catcher, comes out to say something to Padres. The Dodgers start a right-hander warming up in the bullpen. Fowler. 1 away in the 7th inning for Milwaukee. Matthews on at first base. And Aaron up there with a 1-1 count. All right, Padres, the left-hander, gets his sign again. Matthews edges away here at first. Here's the pitch. Aaron takes the strike call and another good fastball. So it becomes 1-2. One ball and 2 strikes for the Major League's leading hitter, Henry Aaron of Milwaukee. .354 percentage. Aaron gained the Major League lead in batting right off the start of the season and held it all year. Here's the pitch to Aaron. He swings. There's a line drive to right field. A base knock. Matthews digging around second base. He's going for 3. The long throw is in there, and he is out at third base. A beautiful throw by the right fielder, Wally Moon. One bounce to Junior Gilliam, and the throw beat Matthews. As he slid in, he slid right into the ball for out number 2. And on the throw in, which got Matthews, Aaron, who singled, went to second. A line drive by Aaron A hard hit ball, and Moon came up with a beautiful throw to third base to retire Matthews on a slide play.
Number 14, Frank Torrey, first base.
Now Frank Torrey comes up to the plate. With 2 away, a teammate at second, Aaron, and Milwaukee with a 2-run lead, 4-2. Up after the 7th inning at the Coliseum in Los Angeles. This is Bob Finnegan, along with Tony Flynn. All right, here's the pitch. It's into the dirt. Ball 1. Right-hander Churn warms up from the bullpen for L.A. All right, Padres peers down at Roseboro to get his sign. They're at 2 down. Runner in scoring position at second base. Padres in the stretch motion. Takes a look at Aaron at second. He fires into Torrey and misses outside for a ball. The count goes to 2-0. Torrey drove in 2 runs in the first inning with a single, and since that time has applied to the outfield 2 times. Padres calls time. He wants to go down to talk to Roseboro. And they both come back to their positions. Milwaukee now has a total of 8 hits, 9 hits. They picked up 2 in this inning. Los Angeles has 6 off Burdette. All right, Padres looks. Here's the pitch to Torrey. It's into the dirt. Gets away from the catcher. It's going back to the screen. There goes Aaron down to third. Roseboro comes back to the plate with the ball. And I believe that'll be called a wild pitch. We are considerably removed from the press box, so we'll take a look to our right now over the right fielder at the scoreboard and see if there is any indication. This is the wild pitch confirmed by the scoreboard. Aaron moves to third on the play. There are 2 down in the 7th. And Torrey's the batter with a 3-0 count. Here's the next pitch from Padres. He takes ball 4, high and close. And Milwaukee has runners at first and at third. And it brings up Andy Pafko. Pafko, who came into the game in the 5th inning to bat for May, when the Dodgers went from a right-hander, Drysdale, to a left-hander, Padres. And manager Walter Alston has just come onto the playing field. And we may get a new pitcher. While we have a moment, we'd like to thank the sponsor of the Edward P. Morgan radio program, the news program, usually heard over most of these stations at this time, for delaying their broadcast until following ABC's coverage of this National League playoff game. We're getting a new pitcher now. Padres is going out.
Now pitching for Los Angeles, number 45, Chuck Churn.
Churn is coming on the scene to pitch. He's appeared in 13 games. He has no record. But he has a 3-2 record. 3-2 record. He appeared in 13 games, did not appear as a starter, but appeared in relief on all occasions, and an earned run average of almost 4.97. So this is the 3rd pitcher for the Dodgers. Chuck Churn, a right-hander, successor to Drysdale and Padres, and he comes onto a scene that has 2 runners aboard at first and at third, with 2 down in the top of the 7th. Milwaukee on top 4-2 in the 2nd game of the National League Playoff Series.
For Pafko.
And Pafko's being taken out now. A left-hand batter will come on.
Slaughter.
Enos Slaughter is coming out to bat for Pafko. Slaughter came up in yesterday's game at Milwaukee and grounded out as a pinch hitter. And so manager Fred Haney is going for the percentage play. The left-hander goes out, the right-hander comes on, so he switches to a left-hand swinger, Enos Country Slaughter. Slaughter appeared in 9 games, was at the plate 16 times with 3 hits for Milwaukee and batted .188. So the veteran outfielder, Enos Country Slaughter, is pinch hitting now for Pafko with teammates at first and at third and 2 away here in the 7th. The first pitch from Churn is high. Ball one count. 1-0 to Slaughter. And a couple of pitchers begin to warm up. Let's turn around here. We've got a pair of right-handers warming up for Los Angeles. Chern checks the runners, pitches to Slaughter. There's a pop-up. Third base. Gilliam calling for it near the bag. He's got it to retire the side. So in the seventh inning for Milwaukee, no runs on 2 hits. There were no errors and 2 left on. And as we go to the bottom half of the seventh inning, the score is still Milwaukee 4, Los Angeles 2.
What was so good about the good old days? The original Pabst Blue Ribbon beer. No longer a memory, but here today for you to enjoy. It's the only beer with the original flavor of the good old times. Because Pabst Blue Ribbon beer is now brewed just like it was in 1893. The year it won the Blue Ribbon at the Columbian Exposition. The original. So whether you're planning a party, at mealtime, or if you just want a few moments of relaxation, be sure to get that beer with the good old-time flavor. The original Pabst Blue Ribbon beer.
March up and ask for the original Pabst Blue Ribbon beer. Look for the special new label on every bottle and can of Pabst. It's your invitation to enjoy real old-time beer flavor. Such a beer hasn't been enjoyed in America in over 50 years.
The original, get original. Blue Ribbon beer.
Ian Slaughter, who went into the ballgame as a pinch batter in the last half inning, is not going into the active lineup, but instead the Braves will put John DeMeritt into the outfield. He will play left field for the Milwaukee Braves. John DeMeritt, bonus player just a couple of years ago. Ready to go now in the bottom half of the seventh inning. The Braves 4, the Dodgers 2 in the second game of the 1959 National League playoffs. Bob Finnegan.
The first hitter in the last half of the seventh inning for Los Angeles is the outfielder Larker, playing in left field today. He played in right yesterday at Milwaukee, and Burdett's first pitch to Larker is low into the dirt. One skip to Crandall's glove, ball 1. 1-0 count to Larker. He'll be followed by Roseboro and by the shortstop Wills. And so we're going into the final third of this ball game, with Milwaukee holding on to a 4-2 lead. Here's the pitch to Larker. He swings. The line pointed to short center field. That's the base hit. So Larker opens the seventh inning for Los Angeles with a single to center, and it brings up Roseboro, hitless in 2 trips. Author of that big home run yesterday at County Stadium. Left-hand batter. And Burdett is the pitcher. He started, gone 6 full. He has now given up a total of 7 hits. We've seen 2 home runs today over the left field screen by Neal of Los Angeles and to the right field corner by Matthews of Milwaukee. All right, Larker has a short lead at first base. Roseboro waiting for the first pitch. Here it is to him. He swings a hot ground ball. Torrey at first base. Throw to second for the force-out. Relay to first. A double play. A double play. And on it, the Milwaukee shortstop, Johnny Logan, was hurt. He's rolled away from the play at second base toward the shortstop position and is laying on his back, and it is obvious that he is in pain. Logan, the shortstop, hurt on that play. As Larker came into second base, he dumped him hard just after Logan got rid of the ball to complete the double play at first base. And most of the teammates of Logan have come out to take a look at him. They've emptied the bench. Here comes the trainer. Fred Haney is out there. And Torrey is calling to the Dodger dugout. I think he's calling for a stretcher, or at least a doctor. And the stretcher is being brought out. Logan took the throw from Torrey. He relayed back to first base to complete the double play the hard way back to the first baseman. But he was cleaned out of there by Larker sliding in, and he rolled away from the play in obvious pain, clutching at his stomach. He took a hard blow from Larker, and he's still on the field, laying on his back down there at shortstop. He is rolled over onto his left side now. He doubled up facing left field on the ground. The stretcher is not being used. The trainer and the doctor are out there taking a look at him, and we'll try to see what has happened. The bases have been emptied by that double play here in the last half of the 7th inning. From the first baseman to the shortstop back to first. And there are 2 away in the 7th. Well, Tony Larker came in there with a full head of steam on that slide. And Logan took a pretty nasty blow, apparently.
There are times when second base is a pretty tough position to play, and that time, of course, is when the double play situation does exist. The base runner going down has the responsibility to try and take the man out of the play who is going to have to complete the double play, and that's exactly what Larker had to do, of course, particularly where he hit John Logan in the combination, or what particular kind of an injury Logan has suffered. We are unable to say at the present time, but perhaps we'll be able to get a report on it as soon as we can and relay that to the fans listening.
Edward P. Morgan will follow today's game at 9 o'clock over Quality Modern Radio in Albany, New York, immediately following today's game, the Rosary.
And this is a tough break for the Milwaukee Ball Club because Logan has been their toughest hitter against the Dodgers and a fine defensive player at shortstop. Great all-around Major League ball player. Joe Taylor, along with Andy Papto, manager Fred Haney is out. And they're taking the injured player off the playing field at the present time on a stretcher. Felix Mantilla at second base. Frank Torrey at first base.
Hey, Frank.
And we will have a change now in the Milwaukee lineup.
Hey, Frank.
Let's know. Frank Torrey is indicating to us that he's not sure just how he got hurt. But it's indicated that his left side took a tough blow and perhaps a cracked rib. Terrific blow to the stomach that knocked his wind out, but he didn't seem to recover it. Mantilla goes to short. And Shane Dinks comes into the lineup at second. How about that? Red Shane Dinks, recovering from a terrific battle with tuberculosis, is into the lineup at second base for Milwaukee. Mantilla goes to short. Frank? Couldn't tell, huh? Torrey said he was in pain and indicates that his left side took the blow. Maury Wills the batter. The base is empty. You might think it's strange I'm yelling to Torrey, but we're sitting about 30 feet from him from our broadcast point at the L.A. Coliseum today, just back of first base. So they're 2 away. And here's the pitch to Wills. He swings and misses at Burdett's low fastball. Larker led off the inning with a single to center. Roseboro hit to a double play, first to short to first. And on the cleanout play at second, with Larker sliding, Logan was injured. He's been taken off the field on a stretcher, fully conscious, but in pain. Here's the pitch to Wills. He takes a strike called on the fastball. So it's 2 down in the 7th for Los Angeles. Milwaukee holding on to a 4-2 lead behind Burdett. Burdett trying for his 22nd victory of the 1959 campaign, including the playoffs, and his 3rd over L.A. this year. Wills swings and misses for a strike. It's dropped by Crandall, but he picks it up quickly and tags the hitter for out number 3. So in the 7th inning, no runs, 1 hit, no errors, none left. And the score at the end of 7 full innings of play is Milwaukee 4, Los Angeles 2.
You know, a big league pitcher needs an assortment of speed so he can pick the pitch he wants according to the situation. Now, for the first time, you can pick just the right speed for just the shave you want. Listen. 1, 2, 3. That's the sound of a new Schick Free Speed razor. Adjust the shaving head to shave every kind of beard as fast, as close as you like. Now, you can shift to high for the stepped-up drive you need for tough, wiry whiskers. Or you can shift to low for a more gentle shaving action. Why, you can even shift the speed while shaving for the sensitive problem area like the chin or upper lip. 1, 2, 3. That's the sound of a new Schick Free Speed razor. First chance you get. Ask your dealer about the 14-day free home trial offer.
Well, the paid attendance here in Los Angeles has just been announced, and it totals 36,528, considerably under the original estimate. But still, nevertheless, a very good crowd on relatively short notice. Looks bigger, but I guess we're just not used to looking at this big Coliseum. Well, here's Shane Dienst, who's going to lead off, batting in Logan's place here in the 8th inning, top of the 8th. And Chuck Churn is the right-hander for Los Angeles. Shane Dienst has appeared in 4 games this year. That's the ball outside. He's been at the plate twice and has failed to hit. 1-0 count. Left-hander takes the strike. He's a switch hitter, batting left-handed against right-handed pitching. And here's the fella that Milwaukee missed, although they got good second basing from Mantilla and Avila later in the season. But he's a real spark plug. Here it is. He swings and misses at a change-up pitch. Matter of fact, Milwaukee's used Avila, Cottier, Roach, Mantilla in that position. Red swings at this one. It's a ground ball to Neal at second. The throw to first, and he beats him by 2 steps. And Red, as he trots by our position, gets a little bit of a hand from the crowd back at first base. Second to first, 1 away. Here's Crandall. Crandall's been up 3 times. He struck out twice and bounced to third. As much as we could learn about Logan, he took a hard blow to the side in the ribs. 1 away in the 8th inning. Milwaukee 4, Los Angeles 2. Here's the pitch to Crandall. He swings. There's a fly ball to left center field. Snyder going back. It's off the screen out there for extra bases. The left fielder Larker picks it up. Crandall digging for third. The relay is going to be too late and is not even thrown in from the shortstop. Wills, he holds it back a second, and it's a 3-base hit to left center field off the screen for Del Crandall. So Crandall unloads Milwaukee's 10th hit of the afternoon, and their third for extra bases. His first hit of the day, a triple to left center. That brings up Mantilla, who's had 1 hit and 3 trips. Shane Dienst opened the 8th, bouncing out to second. Crandall has just tripled to the left center field wall. Chuck Churn, right-hander for Los Angeles, their third pitcher today. Shakes off one side. And Mantilla waits, right-hand batter. Here it is to him. He swings, fly ball to left center. Will score a run anyway. Larker back against the wall, makes the catch, and just lobs the ball into the infield. He had no chance to get Crandall coming on to score on the sacrifice fly. So the Braves score here in the 8th inning, and that moves them to a position of a 5-2 lead. They have now scored 2 runs in the first, 1 in the second, a Singleton in the 5th on Matthews' homer, and a run here in the 8th on the triple and sacrifice fly. So they're 2 away, and that brings up the pitcher, Lou Burdette. 2 down in the 8th inning. Burdette takes the first pitch inside for a ball. 2 away in the 8th. The top half, Milwaukee leads 5-2 in the second game. Fouled off back into the screen. And so if the Braves hold on, we'll be on the air again tomorrow afternoon from here at the Coliseum at 4:55 Eastern Daylight Time. A ball popped out in front of home plate, falls to the ground. The throw by the pitcher, Churn in time. And Burdette is out on a bat handle roller in front of the plate. Pitcher to first base to end the inning. And the totals on the 8th for Milwaukee, 1 run on 1 hit. There were no errors, nobody left. And as we go to the bottom half of the 8th inning, it's Milwaukee 5, the Los Angeles Dodgers 2. What was so good about the good old days? The original Pabst Blue Ribbon beer. And, of course, a barbershop quartet.
Original, and it's here. The original Pabst Blue Ribbon beer.
Yes, the original Pabst Blue Ribbon is here. Such a beer has been enjoyed in America in over 50 years. Look for the special label that says, "This is the original Pabst Blue Ribbon beer." Nature's choicest products provide its prized flavor. Only the finest of hops and grains are used. Selected as America's best in 1893.
The original, get original. Blue
second to first, one away. Here's Crandall. Crandall's been up 3 times. He struck out twice and bounced to third. As much as we could learn about Logan, he took a hard blow to the side in the ribs. One away in the 8th inning. Milwaukee 4, Los Angeles 2. Here's the pitch to Crandall. He swings. There's a fly ball to left center field. Snyder going back. He's off the screen out there for extra bases. The left fielder Larker picks it up. Crandall digging for third. The relay is going to be too late and is not even thrown in. From the shortstop, Wills, he holds it back a second, and it's a 3-base hit to left center field off the screen for Del Crandall. So Crandall unloads Milwaukee's 10th hit of the afternoon, and their third for extra bases. His first hit of the day, a triple to left center. That brings up Mantilla, who's had 1 hit and 3 trips. Shane Dean's opened the 8th, bouncing out to second. Crandall has just tripled to the left center field wall. Chuck Churn, right-hander for Los Angeles, their third pitcher today, shakes off one side. And Mantilla waits, right-hand batter. Here it is to him. He swings, fly ball to left center. It'll score a run anyway. Walker back against the wall, makes the catch, and just lobs the ball into the infield. He had no chance to get Crandall coming on to score on the sacrifice fly. So the Braves score here in the 8th inning, and that moves them to a position of a 5-2 lead. They have now scored 2 runs in the first, 1 in the second, a Singleton in the 5th on Matthews' homer, and a run here in the 8th on the triple and sacrifice fly. So they're 2 away, and that brings up the pitcher, Lou Burdette. 2 down in the 8th inning. Burdette takes the first pitch inside for a ball. 2 away in the 8th. The top half, Milwaukee leads 5-2 in the second game. Fouled off back into the screen. And so if the Braves hold on, we'll be on the air again tomorrow afternoon from here at the Coliseum at 4:55 Eastern Daylight Time. A ball popped out in front of home plate, falls to the ground. A throw by the pitcher, Churn in time. And Burdette is out on a bat handle roller in front of the plate. Pitcher to first base to end the inning. And the totals on the 8th for Milwaukee, 1 run on 1 hit. There were no errors, nobody left. And as we go to the bottom half of the 8th inning, it's Milwaukee 5, the Los Angeles Dodgers 2. What was so good about the good old days? The original Pabst Blue Ribbon beer, and of course, a barbershop quartet.
Original, and it's here. The original Pabst Blue Ribbon beer.
Yes, the original Pabst Blue Ribbon is here. Such a beer hasn't been enjoyed in America in over 50 years. Look for the special label that says, "This is the original Pabst Blue Ribbon beer." Nature's choicest products provide its prized flavor. Only the finest of hops and grains are used. Selected as America's best in 1893.
The original, get original. Blue Ribbon beer.
No longer just a memory, but really here, the original Pabst Blue Ribbon beer. Enjoy that prize-winning Pabst flavor today.
La Rosary, normally heard at 7:15 over WOKO in Albany, will be heard immediately following today's game.
To the effect that Johnny Logan just had the wind knocked out of him on that play at second base when Larker slid into him, and he's all right now down in the Milwaukee dressing room. Well, the pitcher is due up for the Dodgers in the last half of the 8th inning. Churn, and will probably get a pinch hitter, Tony.
Very definitely so. At this stage of the ball game, the Dodgers have got to get moving. They trail by 3 runs right now, and with Sandy Koufax warming up in the bullpen, it would appear as though manager Wally Alston is going to use another pitcher in an effort to get something going here in the Dodger half of the 8th frame. Lou Burdette, the right-hander for the Milwaukee Braves, who has been working steadily in this ball game since its start, has given up a total of 7 hits in the ball game. Retired the side in order in the 6th inning, in the 3rd inning, and in the 2nd. Got in a little bit of trouble here and there, but overall has been in fair control. Gave up one big blow, that home run to Charlie Neal, as well as the triple, but has kept the base hits of the single base variety with that exception. 1 run for the Dodgers in the 1st, another in the 4th, and the score is 5-2 Milwaukee as the pinch batter steps in.
Don Demeter is going to hit here in the 8th inning to open the frame, pinch hitting for the pitcher, Chuck Churn. And we'll get Koufax in the 9th. And Burdett is still on the scene. He's pitched a good ball game. He's kept L.A. in check. He leads by 3, 5-2. Here it is to Demeter. He swings, line drive to left field, right at the left fielder in front of the wall. DeMerit makes the catch above his head, just a couple of feet in front of that left field screen. A well-hit ball, but right at the left fielder. So that's 1 away. Here comes Gilliam now. Gilliam has been up to the plate 3 times. He's bounced to third, flied to left, and singled to center. Left-hand batter, 5-2. Milwaukee on top. Lou Burdett breezing along and keeping L.A. in check. They have scored singletons in the 1st and in the 4th. Largely due to the work of Charlie Neal, who tripled in the 1st inning, was singled home, and then hit a home run in the 4th. All right, Gilliam waits for the pitch, and the first one comes in from Burdett and cuts the heart of the plate, a fastball, strike 1. Nothing at 1 count. Milwaukee, 5 runs on 10 hits. L.A., 2 runs on 7. Yesterday, it was L.A. out-hitting and outscoring Milwaukee by 1. Here's the pitch to Gilliam. He fouls it off the bat handle into the seats wide of third base, and it is an 0-2 count. Since the 4th inning, when Hodges singled and Neal homered, Burdett has given up just 1 hit. And that was a leadoff single in the 7th inning by Larker, and led to the injury to Johnny Logan, who, as we mentioned, is reported resting well in the dressing room, simply having had the wind knocked out of him. There's a fly ball to right center field. The center fielder, Bruton, is over and makes the catch just above the knee in right center field for out number 2. Well, here's Neal, who's been the hitting star for Los Angeles. He has 2 of their 7 hits, triple and a home run. He has scored both of their runs. Batting with 2 away in the last half of the 8th inning. And looking ahead to the 9th, of course, that would bring up Moon, Snyder, and Hodges, 3, 4, and 5 in the lineup. And you couldn't have a better position for the last inning trailing if that's the way L.A. comes into it. So Lou Burdett, an inning and a third away from his 22nd victory of 1959, fires in a ground ball right back to Burdett. A one-hopper as he heads for first base to throw to first to retire the side. Neal bounces out, pitcher to first to end the inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on. And the score at the end of 8 full innings of play is Milwaukee 5, Los Angeles 2.
In baseball, it's 1, 2, 3, and you're out. But when it comes to shaving, it's 1, 2, 3, and you're in. Yes, just listen. 1, 2, 3. That's the sound of a new Schick 3-speed electric razor. And it means you're in for the most remarkable shave of your life. 3 speeds because no 1-speed razor is right for every beard. Fans, this new Schick actually lets you shift the speed and adjust the custom comb head. The shave is close, clean, and fast as you like. Now, my beard is tough as all get out. If you're in that league, you shift to high speed for stepped-up speed. If you have tender skin, Schick's low speed serves up an extra gentle shaving action. Or you can even shift the speed while shaving for those problem areas like your chin or upper lip. That's the story, fans. Try this new Schick 3-speed yourself. Most dealers will gladly arrange a free demonstration. Set the speed, set the head, get the shave that fits your face.
This is Bob Finnegan once again with Tony Flynn at the Los Angeles Coliseum, where we're heading for the 9th inning with Milwaukee on top 5-2. If Milwaukee wins today, we'll take the air tomorrow with the 3rd game of the deciding game of the playoff series from the Coliseum, starting at 12:55 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. That's time here. 4:55 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, and the corresponding local times across the country. It'll be 3:55 in Chicago, Central Daylight, for instance, and it'll be 4:55 Eastern Daylight Time, a 1 o'clock game here on the coast. All right, Sandy Koufax is the new pitcher, and his first pitch down the pike to Bruton is a called strike. Koufax is the fourth L.A. pitcher today. Drysdale, Padres, Chern, and Koufax. The left-hander fires again to Bruton. He swings at the fastball and misses for strike two. Nothing in 2 count. Bruton has been up to the plate 4 times, has popped twice and grounded out twice. The fastball is high and outside from Koufax. 4 L.A. pitchers against Burdette today, and the great right-hander is an inning away from winning his 22nd of the year. Here's Koufax, the left-hander, delivering to Bruton. He swings and misses at the breaking pitch for strike 3.
Number 41.
Here's Eddie Matthews. Matthews, blanked yesterday, has 2 for 3 today. He has been on base every time that he has come up. He's walked in the first, safe on an error in the third, homered to the right field corner in the fifth, and singled in the seventh. Nobody on, 1 away in the 9th inning for Milwaukee. 3-2 Dodger victory yesterday at County Stadium. Milwaukee leads today by 3. 1 hop to the catcher on that pitch, a ball. So if Milwaukee hangs on, the big one happens tomorrow. And it can't go another day past that. All right, Koufax fires into Matthews. He takes high and outside for a ball. And the count goes to 2-0. And if Milwaukee wins today, that would set the World Series for Comiskey Park in Chicago against Al Lopez, Bill Veeck, and Chuck Comiskey's White Sox for Friday. Ground ball with a half swing down to the third baseman Gilliam. The long throw across, and he's got him by a step. Third to first for out number 2. Here's Aaron. He has 2 hits in 3 official trips, a double in the first inning, a single in the 7th, and between those hits, a pop-up and a walk. 2 down in the 9th. And the sun still shining brightly on the playing field, threatening to go down beyond the rim of the stadium behind us, but still hanging high enough to be bathing this picture in sunlight. Curveball is blown inside to Aaron for a ball, ball 1. 2 home runs today. Neal over that left field fence, Matthews to the right field corner. And the hits are 10-7 Milwaukee. The score 5-2 Braves. Top of the 9th inning, 2 away. Here's the pitch to Aaron. High, the fastball. 2-0 count. 2 balls and no strikes to Aaron. Torrey, the first baseman, is on deck. Here's the pitch to Aaron. He takes a strike call. So it's a 2-1er. Milwaukee scored in the first inning, and they haven't been headed since. Koufax shakes off the sign. Aaron ready for the 2-1 pitch. Here it is to Hank. He takes a ball high and on the outside for ball 3. The Braves have hit safely in every inning except the third. And in that inning, they had a man aboard on an error, so they've been on every inning. Here's the pitch to Aaron, fouled off into the screen. So Milwaukee has had something going in every inning this afternoon. Hit safely in every one except the third, and had a runner on in that inning. Los Angeles, on the other hand, has been set down in order. 1, 2, 3 innings by Burdette. And he has scattered 7 hits. All right, Aaron waiting for the next pitch. Here it is to Henry. It's a ball high, and he walks. So Aaron gets a walk for the second time this afternoon. That's walk number 1, 2, 3, 4, given up by L.A. pitching. It's simply been a case of Milwaukee hitting better than L.A. today. Here's the pitch to Torrey. And the first one is a little bit outside for a ball. We've been broadcasting this game from a position just back of first base today. Rather unusual circumstance, but the press coverage is big for this one. Here's the pitch to Torrey. It's too close again. And as a matter of fact, they've been sitting in a portion of dugout just to the outfield side of the L.A. club's dugout, an uncovered portion. 2 down in the ninth. Aaron at first, just a few feet in front of us. Here's the pitch from Koufax. Matthews takes a strike called, a fastball across the letters. And the count goes to 2-1. Frank Torrey, the batter. I think I said Matthews. Torrey is up there. Matthews bounced out for the second out. Left-hand batter. Here's the look at first by Koufax and the pitch to Torrey. It goes off the bat handle and behind home plate. Foul strike. The Dodgers are going to the bullpen now. The crowd is yelling, and I think at the scoreboard, which interpreted that pitch as a ball, probably not noting that it hit off the handle of the bat. Now they correct it. 2-2 count. All right, Koufax checks the runner, fires into Torrey, and it's high for a ball. That takes it to the full count of 3-2. Clem Labine is warming up in the bullpen to our right for the Dodgers. LA's used 4 pitchers today, beginning with Drysdale, who stands to take the loss. Here's the stretch by Koufax. The pitch to Torrey. Ball 4 high, and he's walked 2 in a row with 2 away. The 5th walk given up by LA pitching. And Aaron, who had walked with 2 outs, trots down to second base. Torrey comes on. Here's John Demeritte, who's gone into left field today, the 3rd one to play that position. May started out there. Papko came on to face left-hand pitching. And when the pitching turned to right-handed, Demeritte went in. He's coming up for his first trip. Slaughter pinch hit for Papko. In the 7th inning, popped up to 3rd. He swings at the first one and fouls it back into the chest protector of the catcher, Johnny Roseboro. So it's a strike 1 count. Demeritte for Milwaukee. Drew away in the top half of the 9th inning. The runners off at first and at second. Aaron at second, Torrey at first. Demeritte waits for the pitch from Koufax. Now he steps off the rubber. The left-hander peers down again. Now he toes it. Runners away at first and second. Demeritte, the batter, waits. Here's the pitch. High and outside for a ball. The fast one. So it's a 1-1 count. Milwaukee leads 5-2 here in the 9th inning. They have runners aboard at first and at second with 2 away. Demeritte, the left fielder, now batting. 1-1 count. Koufax ready again. Here's the pitch to Demeritte. He takes outside for a ball. 2-1. 2-1 count. Koufax got Bruton on a strikeout swinging. Matthews bounced to 3rd. Then he walked Aaron and Torrey. All right, the runner's off. Here it is to Demeritte. And it's high for a ball. That makes it 3-1. And Clem Labine in the LA bullpen starts to throw hard just to our right here. Three and one count. Koufax ready to go again. So is left fielder John Demeritte of Milwaukee. The pitch swung on and missed for his strike, makes it 3-2. Well, in the last half of this inning, Burdett has to face the LA power. Moon, Snyder, and Hodges. The first 3 due up. A full count to Demeritte. Top of the 9th inning, 2 away. The runners will probably be going. Here's the pitch. There they go. Demeritte takes ball 4 outside, and the bases are walked full. Here comes manager Walter Alston. Walt's coming out to talk to Koufax, and we may get a new pitcher. If so, that would be the 5th of the afternoon for Los Angeles. And that's all for Koufax. Well, Well, Tony, there's been a pretty good succession of pitchers, and the latest is Clem Levine. The bases are loaded with 2 away in the top of the 9th inning for Milwaukee, and the Braves lead L.A. in the second game of the pennant playoff by a score of 5-2. Well, we couldn't bring back the good old days. Nobody can. But Pabst has brought back the good old-time flavor in beer. It's here. Yes, yours to enjoy today in original Pabst Blue Ribbon beer. In bottles, cans, or on draft, ask for original Pabst Blue Ribbon beer. Well, Tony, what have you got on Clem here?
Levine has appeared in 55 ball games, has not started any ball games, been strictly used as a relief pitcher. He has a record this season of 5 wins and 10 defeats, an earned run average of 3.96. Sandy Koufax, his predecessor on the mound, was one of the top strikeout pitchers for the Dodgers this year with 172 strikeouts in the season, second high in the ball club only to Don Drysdale. And one of the boys that made the Los Angeles Ball Club the top club in the league in strikeouts, and that established, incidentally, a new National League record for total strikeouts in one season this year. They're adding to it, of course, with every strikeout that is pitched by one of the Dodger pitchers this season. A reminder again to those of you who may not be aware of it that the records established in these playoff games go right along with the regular season records for the ball players, adding to their batting averages or pitching performances as the case may be. Levine has pitched 84 and 1/3 innings. He has walked 25, given up 39 runs, and a total of 91 base hits. Bob?
Mickey Vernon is going to pinch hit for Red Schoendienst. Vernon, the ex-American leaguer, a left-hand batter, used by Milwaukee as a pinch hitter, is going to pinch hit for Schoendienst. The first pitch is outside from Levine. Vernon this year appeared in 72 games. He came to the plate 90 times and had 20 hits for a .222 percentage. Bases loaded. They're all filled up. Aaron, Torrey, and Demerit from third to first. Here's the pitch from Levine, and Vernon takes the strike above the knees on the outside corner. After 2 were away, Sandy Koufax walked the bases full and was relieved by Clem Levine, the right-hander, on the hill now. All right, Vernon waiting for the pitch. Here it comes. Vernon swings and fouls it back over the screen behind home plate. And the count goes to a ball and 2 strikes. So manager Fred Haney of Milwaukee says, let's get a bunch more. We got some strong hitters to face in the last half of the 9th inning. Milwaukee with a 3-run bulge, 5-2. Clem Levine, the 5th pitcher used by Walter Alston today. Drysdale, the starter. All right, here's the motion with the runners off. Vernon takes outside, a pitch out, and no throw down to third base. As the runner, Aaron, goes sliding back in. Roseboro called for a pitch out, but Aaron hadn't come too far down the line. He didn't throw down there to third base. Aaron at third, Torrey at second, Demerit is at first. And Levine winds into the motion against Vernon. Here's the 2-2 pitch, called strike 3. And the inning is over. So the totals for Milwaukee in the 9th inning: no runs, no hits, no errors in the field, and 3 left on. And the score at the end of the top half of the 9th inning is Milwaukee 5, the Los Angeles Dodgers 2.
You certainly have heard a lot of talk about the good old days. I know I have. But did you ever stop and ask yourself, what was it that made those good old days so good? Ever try a bottle of original Pabst Blue Ribbon beer? Well, there's one answer. Because the original Pabst Blue Ribbon beer is like the beer of the good old days. Just the way we've always imagined the beer they brewed way back when would taste, if we ever had the opportunity to taste it. Now, of course, that's no problem. You get that old-time flavor every time you ask for original Pabst Blue Ribbon beer, in bottles, cans, or on tap. It's no longer a memory, but here to enjoy today. That wonderful old-time beer flavor in today's original Pabst Blue Ribbon beer. If you haven't tried Pabst lately, do it the next chance you get. Ask for original Pabst Blue Ribbon beer. It's on sale wherever fine beer is sold. Look for the new 3rd label on every bottle, the can, and the carton. It tells you you're getting the original the original Pabst Blue Ribbon beer.
The first hitter in the ninth inning for L.A. will be Wally Moon, the right fielder. He's had 2 hits and 3 trips, and Lou Burdett goes into the ninth inning with a 3-run lead. And on his record, the mark of a great pitcher. Today at Los Angeles, Burdett has struck out 4 and issued no walks. All right, Moon, the first batter, left-hand swinger. 3-run lead for Milwaukee. Last half of the ninth, the Dodgers need 3. Moon takes the ball outside. Ball 1. 1-0 count. Yes, sir, today Burdett has given up 7 hits, 2 runs, no walks, and has struck out 4. He's pitched a great game. Here's the pitch to Moon. He swings a hot shot. Over base, into center field, the base knock. Moon leads off the ninth for Milwaukee with a single to center. And to bring it up, Snyder. He's 0 for 3, struck out twice and flied to center. That's hit number 8 for Los Angeles. A leadoff single for Wally Moon. Frank Torrey goes over to Burdett to say something. And Juan Pizarro gets out of the Braves dugout and begins to warm up in the bullpen on the far side of the infield. And McMahon is over there, too, the right-hander. So a right-hander and a left-hander are warming up for Milwaukee now in the ninth inning as the leadoff man singles to center. Here's Snyder, hitless today in 3 trips. Burdett checks the base runner. Here's the pitch to Duke. He takes low and on the outside for a ball 1. This is the 3rd start for Burdett at Los Angeles in 1959. He went 9 innings in the first, 8 1/3 in the second. And he's into the ninth inning here with a 3-run lead, a man at first and nobody away. Duke Snyder, the batter, last time up he lofted one deep to center field. Swung on and missed for a strike. 1-1 count to the Duke. The outfield swung around toward right. The left fielder Demerit in left center. Center fielder Bruton pulled over and deep, and the right fielder Aaron practically back to the wall and right. The on-deck batter is Hodges. So Burdett's got the tough part of this hitting lineup to face in the ninth. Moon off at first. Here it is to Snyder. He swings a ground ball over second base. It's a hit. The throw back into the infield, and Moon holds up at second. The first 2 men up in the ninth inning against Burdett have singled. Moon and Snyder at second and at first. A runner at first base for Snyder. Ray is the runner at first base. Oh, it's Lillis. Lillis running at first base for L.A. for Snyder. And the batter is Hodges. He represents the tying run. There's nobody away. Runners at first and second in the ninth. Here it is to Hodges. A strike called that gets the outside corner about belt high. And Milwaukee's right-hander McMahon and the left-hander Pizarro throw hard in the Milwaukee bullpen. Burdett takes plenty of time. Looks to the outfield scoreboard. Then glances in at his pitcher, Crandall. Gets up on the rubber. The game hanging in the balance. Milwaukee has a 3-run lead. They've got the first 2 men on. Burdett looks in at the catcher. He puts his hands to the outside, palms up, as if to say, now, which one is that? Nods his head and says, okay, here we go. Runners at first and second take short lead. Here's the stretch by Burdett. The pitch to Hodges. It is outside. He just missed for the fastball. Moon at second. Lillis, the pinch runner at first. Running for Snyder. And the batter is Big Gil Hodges. Hodges has been up there 3 times. He's grounded out to short, single to left, and struck out. Milwaukee now has 10 hits to the Dodgers 9. Dodgers picking up 2 here to open the ninth. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Hodges. He swings. There's a ground ball wide of third. Foul ball. And so we come down to a tense ninth inning. Bruton hit a fly ball to the center field wall in the ninth at Milwaukee yesterday afternoon, which Demeter pulled down to give us a ninth inning thrill, with L.A. leading and finally winning 3-2. And now it's Milwaukee 5, L.A. 2, runners at first and second, edge away. Hodges the batter. Burdette has his sign, the stretch motion, and the pitch to Gill. It's low for a ball. So it's 2-2, and you can tell from the tone of the crowd that they're excited, and well, they might be. All right, Burdette goes for the Rosenbach, takes plenty of time. Here's his stretch motion. The runner's edging away. The infield back in deep position. The outfield straight away and deep. Here's the pitch to Hodges. He swings. There's a line drive into left field. It's a base hit. Here comes Moon around third. The throw is into the plate, and he's held up at third base. The bases are loaded at Los Angeles, and nobody away in the ninth inning. And here comes Fred Haney out to talk to Burdette, and it looks like we'll get a new pitcher. Hodges hit a line drive to left field, very sharply hit. And Moon coming around third was held up by Reese down there. The bases are loaded. Moon at third, Lillis, the pinch runner, at second, and Hodges with the base hit is at first. The hits now in the ballgame are equal at 10 apiece. They're still talking out on the hill, and it looks like the new pitcher is coming on. We're getting a change. Don McMahon is coming on. He's appeared in 59 games, including yesterday's at Milwaukee. On the season, he has won 5 and lost 3. His earned run average, 2.56. McMahon has made 59 appearances. Here's his 60th, all in relief. So Burdette goes out. He pitched 8 full innings and faced 3 men in the ninth, all singling. He gave up a total of 10 hits, 2 runs thus far, 3 which could be charged to him are on the bases. So Burdette pitched 8 great innings and tired sufficiently in the ninth for Moon, Schneider, and Hodges to hit solid singles to the outfield. All right, left-hand swinger Norm Larker is the batter, and McMahon gets set to face him. McMahon back to the hill, sets onto it now. There's the first pitch to Larker outside for a ball, just missing with the fastball. A left-hander and a right-hander warming up in the bullpen for Milwaukee. And a right-hander going for Los Angeles. 5-2 game. Larker the batter. McMahon taking his time, a big husky right-hander. Here's the full motion and the pitch to Larker. He takes a strike call on a fastball. So the count goes to 1-1. Milwaukee 5, Los Angeles 2. The last half of the ninth inning, and the first 3 men up against Burdette singled solidly to the outfield. Burdette has just been lifted from McMahon. He's gone to 1-1 against the L.A. left fielder Norm Larker, who's had 1 hit and 3 trips. Here's the pitch. Larker swings a fly ball to left. It's deep. It's off the screen. 1 run is scored. 2 runs are going to score. The throw is in the infield, and there are runners at first to McMahon. At first and at third. A single off the screen in left field by Larker. And he is being taken out for a pinch runner. A pinch runner coming on for L.A. Number 58, Joe Pignatano, catcher. Pignatano now running at first base. For Larker, picked up his second hit of the day. Drove in 2 runs, a line single off the left field screen. Joe Pignatano now at first base. Well, sir, here's the situation. As we have a conference now at the Hill between catcher Crandall and McMahon, the relief pitcher. We have base runners for Los Angeles at first and at third. The tying run is at third. The lead run is at first. There is still nobody away. And the batter is Big Johnny Roseboro. And now watch it. 5-4 ball game. Milwaukee leads by 1. Alston comes out of the dugout to talk to Roseboro just to the first base side of home plate. Well, this fellow standing at first here, Joe Pignatano, could end this whole thing if he gets around to that plate. This ball game would be over, and Los Angeles would be the National League champion. Here comes Haney out to talk to McMahon. Oh, they're talking all over this field now. Roseboro and Alston have broken up their conference, but the whole infield is around McMahon. And the left-hander is being called in by manager Fred Haney. McMahon, who pitched to one man, is being taken out. And the third Milwaukee pitcher is coming on.
Your attention, please. Your attention, please. Now pitching for Milwaukee.
Here he comes.
Number 21, Warren.
Can you guess? Warren Spahn. Well, here comes Spahn as Fred Haney knows that this is the ball game. He loses this one if this runner at first scores. The season is over for Milwaukee. Spahn this year won 21 and lost 15. Earned run average of 2.96. For the 10th year in his career, he won 20 or more games. So Spahn comes on, takes his warm-up tosses. We have a runner at third base. We have a runner at first base for Los Angeles. Gil Hodges is the runner at third. Joe Pignatano, pinch running for Larker, is the runner at first. There is nobody away. 2 runs are in. Milwaukee leads 5-4. Roseboro is due to bat. Now we've got left-hand pitcher against left-hand swinging Roseboro. I don't know if we're going to get a pinch hitter or not. The public address announcer started to open up. Roseboro is walking back towards the dugout. And we're getting a pinch batter for Roseboro.
For Roseboro, number 6,
Carl Furillo is going to bat in the 9th inning. Carl Furillo, a veteran of a great many seasons with the Dodgers. In 49 games, he hit .275. In the extra base department, he hit 4 doubles. So Furillo is the batter. 5-4 Milwaukee, last half of the 9th inning. With LA runners at first and at third, and Warren Spahn, the great left-hander on the hill for the Braves. Well, Tony Burdett went great into the 9th inning, but those first 3 hit him solidly. There was no doubt about those base hits.
This particular ball game has carried all the drama and excitement that yesterday's ball game did not have. Also, here in the 9th inning, the Dodger fans at the Coliseum are going completely wild as they see their home team threatening to get back into this ball game.
All right, Spahn ready to pitch to Furillo. The runner's off at first and at third. Waiting for it is Furillo. Furillo takes inside and high for a ball from the left-hander. It's 1-0. Hodges at third with the tying run. Pignatano, the pinch runner for Larker, is at first with the winning run, the National League winning run. For the last half of the 9th inning at the Coliseum in Los Angeles, Spahn in stretch motion. The pitch to Furillo. He swings, fly ball down the right field line, deep, Aaron chasing it. He's against the wall. He makes the catch. The runner will score from third base to tie up the game. Coliseum is all tied at 5-5.
number 30, Corey Wills, shortstop.
Corey Wills now, the shortstop, batting in the number 8 position, is coming into the batter's box. Murillo hit a fly ball to the right field corner, which was caught by Aaron, and after the catch, Hodges scored from third. Pignatano stayed at first. There's a man on at first with one away now, and Wills the batter. Watch him. Sponny throws to the plate. It's swung on a ground ball. Through the box, over second base, into center field. It's a hit. Pignatano is held up at second. Another base hit in the ninth inning for Los Angeles. In this inning, they have had 5 base hits. 3 off Burnett, 1 off McMahon, and now another off Spahn. Here comes Pee Wee Reese in the third base coaching box to talk to Pignatano. He's a pinch runner out there for Larker at second base. And Maury Wills has just singled to center field on the ground to send runners to first and to second with 1 away. And we're going to get a pinch hitter because the pitcher was due, Levine. Brother, this is a wild one. Milwaukee behind Burdett into the ninth inning, calm and confident. The first 3 men up single. Parker drove in 2 with a single.
Number 29, Chuck Esigian.
Chuck Esigian is going to bat for the pitcher, Levine. Esigian hit .304 in 23 games. Had 5 runs batted in, 1 home run, and 6 doubles. Esigian. And here comes Haney. Manager Fred Haney out talking to Spahn now. The catcher Crandall there. 3/4 of the infield there, except Matthews, the third baseman, and Haney is calling for a new pitcher.
Your attention, please.
Spahn is going out after facing 2 men. Joey Jay is coming on. Jay won 6 and lost 11 from Milwaukee this year with an earned run average of 4.16. He appeared in 33 games. He started 19. He pitched 134 innings. Wow, what a ninth inning. So now here's Joey Jay, the 4th pitcher for Milwaukee, and all 4 have appeared here in this ninth inning. The winning run is at second base. There is 1 away. And is Esigian being called back to the dugout now?
Your attention, please. For Los Angeles.
Ron Fairley is coming on. Looks like Esigian is being called back.
Number 8, Ron.
Fairley, a left-hand hitter, is being brought on for Esigian. This thrilling game is being brought to you today by the new Schick Electric Razor and Pabst Blue Ribbon Beer. And boy, it's a dandy. Fairley at 240 on the season. Right-hander Joey Jay, a big guy, getting his warm-up tosses into Crandall. We have 1 away in the ninth. It's the last half, and it could be the last half of the last National League game of the year. If LA gets that runner in from second base, it's goodbye National League pennant. The Dodgers have grabbed it. They won 3-2 yesterday at Milwaukee. So Jay is getting his warm-up tosses in, and Fairley is getting ready to bat. Pitch hitting for Esigian, who had come on, had been announced for the pitcher, the LA pitcher. Well, we're set to go. Pignatano at second. At first base is shortstop Maury Wills. There's 1 out, and the batter is pinch hitter Ron Fairley. Runners off, Jay, the right-hander. Stretches, fires to Fairley. A change-up curveball outside for ball 1. Milwaukee into the ninth inning, leading 5-2, now tied at 5-5. And in a real jam, runners at first and second with 1 away. Here's the pitch to Fairley. He swings, hot ground ball. Torrey at first has it, throw to second for 1. No double play, no throw this way. And the runner going into second base. Maury Wills cleaned off the shortstop, Mantilla. Mantilla held on to the ball, didn't want to take a chance on throwing it wild. So Fairley is on the fielder's choice. First baseman to the shortstop. And on the plate, Pignatano moves to third. Here's Gilliam. They're 2 away now. Jim Gilliam, the leadoff man. He's had 1 hit in 4 trips. Pignatano is at third, Fairley at first. Joey Jay is pitching to the second man he has faced in the last half of the ninth inning. And that's the leadoff man, Jim Gilliam. And listen to this crowd. The ball game is all knotted at 5-5 here in the last half of the ninth. Fairley jumps back to the bag as Torrey cuts behind him. Here's Jay's first pitch. Gilliam takes the strike call to curveball. It's 0-1. Well, if he gets the batter, if he gets Gilliam, we'll go to extra innings today. First and third, the runners edge away. Pignatano, the lead runner. A pinch runner for Larker, who singled off the screen, drove in 2 runs. 2 of the 3 that had scored this inning for L.A. Here's the pitch. Gilliam takes strike 2 with curveball. Nothing at 2 to Gilliam. And Jay is on top of the hitter. The Dodgers have now out-hit Milwaukee 12-10. Picking up 5 hits here in the ninth inning. Here's the pitch to Gilliam. He swings a fly ball to right field. Aaron going back to the corner, back to the wall, and he grabs it to retire the side and send this game into extra innings. Boy, that ball was hit solidly, too. Aaron went back to the screen to get it with one hand over his shoulder. First and third, the runners edge away. Pignatano, the lead runner. A pinch runner for Larker, who singled off the screen, drove in 2 runs. 2 of the 3 that had scored this inning for L.A. Here's the pitch. Gilliam takes strike 2 with curveball. Nothing at 2 to Gilliam. And Jay is on top of the hitter. The Dodgers have now out-hit Milwaukee 12-10. Picking up 5 hits here in the ninth inning. Here's the pitch to Gilliam. He swings the fly ball to right field. Aaron going back to the corner, back to the wall, and he grabs it to retire the side and send this game into extra innings. Boy, that ball was hit solidly, too. Aaron went back to the screen to get it with one hand over his shoulder. Well, here are the totals on the ninth now as we go to the 10th. In the ninth inning for L.A., 3 runs and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hits. There were no errors and 2 left on, and the score at the end of 9 full innings of play is Milwaukee 5, Los Angeles 5.
Schick, the inventors of electric shaving, are bringing you this ball game today, and because no one speed is right for every beard, Schick now brings you 1, 2, 3 speeds in the amazing new Schick 3-Speed Razor. It's the first and only electric razor that lets you shift the speed and adjust the shaving head to shave every kind of beard as close, clean, and fast as you like. Yes, now you can shift to high for tough, wiry whiskers and get stepped-up speed for a really close shave. If you have tender skin, shift to low and get a good close shave with an extra gentle shaving action. You can even shift the speed while shaving for problem areas like the neck or upper lip. Speed control and shaving head control. Only new Schick 3-Speed has both. Yes, now you can set the speed, set the head, get the shave that fits your face. New Schick 3-Speed. Get a free demonstration at your dealer now.
Well, once again, we're talking to you in an overtime game at the Los Angeles Coliseum. This is Bob Finnegan along with Tony Flynn, and it all hangs in the balance now. 5-5 as we go to the top of the 10th. The 6th Los Angeles pitcher is coming on the scene, Stan Williams. You have a new catcher for Los Angeles, Joe Pignatano. Carl Furillo has gone to right field. Ron Fairley has gone to center. And Moon has moved from right to left. So the defensive alignment now is Moon in left, Fairley center, Furillo in right, Gilliam at third, Wills at short, Neal at second, Hodges at first. The infield remains intact. Stan Williams is the pitcher, and Joe Pignatano is the catcher. L.A. scored 3 runs in the ninth inning on 5 hits to tie it up. So Los Angeles has now used 6 pitchers. Milwaukee has used 4 in a real wild ball game. Here's the announcement on the new defensive alignment for L.A.
Fairley now playing right field, batting 7th, number 6. Charles Barillo. Now catching, batting sixth, number 58, Joe Pignatano.
WOKO Albany.
Now pitching for Los Angeles, batting in the number 4 position, number 40, Stan Williams.
Well, here we go to the top of the 10th inning. Milwaukee coming up. They had a 5-2 lead going into the 9th, and they're in a 5-5 game now.
Went from right field to left field.
The first batter in the top of the 10th inning at Los Angeles is Del Crandall, the Milwaukee catcher. Crandall has been up to the plate 4 times. He has tripled, struck out twice, and bounced out. The bullpen activity, a left-hander and a right-hander for Los Angeles. Pizarro warming up for Milwaukee. So there are 3 pitchers heating up at this time. And time is temporarily held up.
Number 1, Del Crandall.
Here's Crandall now stepping in. A 5-5 ball game, a real thriller. L.A. staged a brilliant rally in the last half of the 9th inning to tie it. The inning ended with 2 men on for Los Angeles on a fly ball to deep right, which Aaron caught going away from the infield. Here's the pitch to Crandall. It's outside, a fastball from Williams. That's ball 1. Tony, let's take a look at Williams' record on the season. Ball 1 count to Crandall. Williams appeared in 34 games, earned run average at 4.06. A strike call. He wound up with a season's record. Wins and losses, 4 wins, 5 defeats. 1-1 count to Crandall, the leadoff man. Here's the next pitch to Dell. He swings. There's a fly ball, straight away center. No trouble for Fairley. Shields his eyes, grabs it for out number 1.
Number 18, Felix Mantilla, shortstop.
That brings up the number 2 hitter here in the 10th inning for Milwaukee. The second baseman moved to shortstop when Logan was injured, Felix Mantilla. Mantilla's been up to the plate 4 times with 1 hit. A single to right field. Right-hand batter, Williams, the big fellow, fires. Cut out and missed for a strike. Williams is 6'4", 225 pounds. Born in Enfield, New Hampshire. Makes his home now here in Los Angeles. He shakes off his sign. Still another. Has the one he wants. No windup for this fellow. Mantilla takes a ball outside. Williams pitches without a windup. He is the 6th Los Angeles pitcher today in a wild and woolly ball game, which saw Milwaukee go into the last half of the 9th inning with a commanding 5-3 lead behind Burdett, who had gone the distance. Here's the pitch. Mantilla swings and fouls to the screen. And in that inning, after the first 3 men had come up and singled and knocked out Burdett, McMahon, Spahn, and Jay pitched for Milwaukee, with Jay finishing up, getting Gilliam on a fly ball to deep right. Here's the pitch to Mantilla. He swings and misses for strike 3. We will probably get a pinch hitter for Joey Jay.
Number 47, Joey Jay.
Nope, Jay is coming on to bat. It looks like these clubs have run out of pitchers, although Pizarro has been warming up, and now he leaves the bullpen to come to the dugout when he sees that Jay is going to bat for himself. And Fred Haney is going to the last half of the 10th inning with Jay. Stan Williams, big right-hander. No wind-up pitch. The first one is high and inside, and he's fast. The count, 1-0. 2 away. Here's the next pitch to Jay. Swings and misses on a low pitch. It's 0-2. Nothing in 2 for the Milwaukee pitcher. Williams started 15 games and finished 2. Here's the pitch. Inside for a ball. He pitched 121 innings, gave up 102 hits. He was preceded by Drysdale, Quadris, Churn, Koufax, and Levine. 2 away in the top half of the 10th inning. Williams peers down for his sign. Here's the pitch to Jay. Strike 3 called. Retire to get it to 2-2. I'm 1 strike ahead of myself there. 2-2. Left-hander and a right-hander warming up for Los Angeles. Nobody in the Milwaukee bullpen. Joey Jay waiting for the 2-2. Here it is. Cut out of this for strike 3. The 10th inning for Milwaukee. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on. And as we go to the bottom half of the 10th inning, the score is Milwaukee 5, Los Angeles 5. That's right, the original Pabst Blue Ribbon beer is here today. Give it a try. We know you'll enjoy it. Well, Neil is coming up. Neil is going to lead off the last half of the 10th inning. He has had 2 hits in 4 trips, a triple and a home run. A 5-5 game. Last half of the 10th, Joey Jay, the big right-hander, pitching for Milwaukee. The 4th pitcher they have used today. The National League Championship hanging in the balance at the big Coliseum in L.A. Neil takes a strike, a curveball breaking away from him and catching the outside corner. Neil was the only man not to bat in the 9th inning, as Los Angeles came up with 3 runs to tie and send it into overtime. Here's the pitch to Neil. He cuts on it, a high pop-up wide of third. Looks like it'll be going into the stands, being chased over there by Matthews, and he makes a sensational catch. A great catch just in front of the wall. Back of third base. He reached out and grabbed that one, took it on his fingertips for the out. So Neil fouls out to Matthews on a great running catch to open the last half of the 10th. And here's Moon. Moon has had 3 for 4 today. Left-hand batter. 1 away in the last half of the 10th. Williams into the motion. Here's the pitch to Moon. He changes up on him and it hangs low and outside for a ball. Frank Torrey just a few feet in front of us here, playing deep behind the bag and close to the line at first. The outfield swung toward right for this left-hand full hitter. Moon waits. Jay's pitch is a strike call. Makes it 1-1. 1 ball, strike 1 count. Stan Williams, the pitcher, is due up next. He was inserted into the lineup in the 4th position. All right, Jay into the motion. 1-1 pitch. Outside for a ball. 2-1 to Moon. 5-5 ball game. Last half of the 10th inning at Los Angeles. The Dodgers 1 up in the 2 out of 3 series on their 3-2 victory yesterday. Here's Jay's pitch. Strike called. He caught the outside corner with a breaking pitch. And that makes it 2-2. Well, this has been a thriller. It exploded in the last half of the 9th inning when Burdette went in with a commanding 5-2 lead and was knocked out by the first 3 men up, hitting singles to the outfield. Here's the pitch to Moon. High and outside. That makes it 3-2. 3 balls and 2 strikes. There's 1 away in the last half of the 10th. The bases are empty. If Milwaukee wins this one today in extra innings, we'll have one tomorrow. If LA wins it, it's all over. Here's the pitch. He swings a ground ball to the shortstop, his left. He bobbles the ball. It's an error, and Moon is on. Mantilla going towards second base. Couldn't handle that one. It's an error for him. A routine ground ball that he had, however, to move to his left for. Took a skip over his outstretched hands right into his stomach and bounced to the ground in front of him. That's the first Milwaukee error today. Los Angeles had committed 2. And here's Dan Williams, the pitcher. We got anything on Williams' batting performance here, Tony?
Yes, thus far he's batting .206. He's appeared in, as you mentioned, 34 games as a pitcher. He has 3 runs batted in, walked 3 times, struck out 14 times, 2 .206 batting average for Williams as he stands in the batter's box. Well, we've had a lot of ball players in this game, Bob.
All right, Williams set to go. Joey J., the right-hander, checks the base runner at first. Here's the pitch. He shortens up the bunt, misses the bunt attempt, and it's a strike. Frank Torrey, the first baseman, was charging that play, anticipating the bunt. Moon on at first, representing the winning run. The next hitter due up is Gil Hodges. Williams waiting. Here's the pitch, shortens up. He misses the bunt attempt again on the fastball, and it goes to 0-2. Nothing in 2 count. Right-hander Joey J. pitching in the last half of the 10th inning. A 5-5 ball game. Off at first base goes Moon, safe on the air by the shortstop. Here's the pitch. He shortens up and takes outside for a ball. And the count goes to 1-2. Ball 1, strike 2 count. L.A. pitcher Stan Williams, the batter, trying to move the runner to second to set the stage for Hodges. But if he attempts to bunt and fouls another one off, he'll be out automatically and there will be no advance. Here's the pitch. He shortens up and lets it go by low for a ball. And that makes it 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. L.A. has a left-hander and another left-hander warming up in the bullpen. 5-5 ball game, last half of the 10th inning. The majority of the Coliseum now in shade as the sun sinks behind the wall of this big stadium behind us to the west. All right, here's the stretch by Jay. The look at first, the pitch. He shortens and fouls the bunt off. He's out of there.
Play number 5.
It's recorded as a strikeout.
Number 14.
Williams failed to bunt.
Hodges.
And here's Hodges.
First base.
Well, let's see what Gil's done. He's bounced out, struck out, and hit 2 hard singles to left field. A winning run at first base in the person of Wally Moon, safe on an error. And Hodges coming up for the 5th time this afternoon. Jay gets his sign. Making plenty of time out there, the big right-hander. High toes the rubber. Runner off at first. Hodges waiting for the first pitch. Here it is. He takes it low, a breaking pitch. Holding up a swing before it got halfway around. So it's ball 1. The next batter due up is Joe Pignatano, the catcher. Went into the ball game in the 9th inning as a pinch runner and took over Larker's batting position. 5-5 game, and nobody's left this one. Jay still peering down for his sign. Crandall has it now. Runner off at first. Here's the pitch to Hodges. It's a strike, a curveball. It caught the inside corner, backed him away. So it goes to 1-1. Ball 1, strike 1 count. Right-hander Joey J. pitching for Milwaukee. 2 down, last half of the 10th. Runner at first, moves off, throw to first, and he's back in. Getting the bag with his right hand, kneeling back into it. Milwaukee, 5 runs on 10 hits and 1 error. L.A., 5 runs on 12 hits and 2 errors. Jay asks for a new baseball and gets it. He's got a 1-1 count to Hodges. The veteran Los Angeles Dodger first baseman. Here's the stretch by Jay. And the pitch. The ball rolls onto the infield. A line drive down the left field line is foul. And just as that pitch was thrown, a ball from the L.A. bullpen to our right rolled past first base and onto the infield between the pitcher's hill and the batter. It's thrown back out by the first base coach. And Hodges has hit a line strike down the left field line, a foul strike, and it's 1-2. right, here's the stretch now by Joey J. He's 1-2 to Hodges, last of the 10th. Here's the pitch to Gill. He swings a pop-up. Third baseman Matthews in from the position near the hill now. He takes it, and the game goes to 11 innings. In the 10th inning for Los Angeles, no runs, no hits, 1 error, and 1 left. At the end of 10 innings, the score is Milwaukee 5, Los Angeles 5. Well, we're going now to the 11th inning. Stan Williams, the no-wind-up pitcher, the right-hander for Los Angeles on the hill. It will be the top of the order, Tony. Tony Flynn, the top 3 from Milwaukee.
And the Braves, of course, will be hoping that this is the inning they can get a run across the plate. Trying to figure out the total number of ball players used by Los Angeles so far in this ball game, Bob, and the way I total up comes to about 21 players in the game thus far, which doesn't leave them too many more to get out there in this ball game in the event they want to use pinch batters or pinch runners from here on in.
All right, the first hitter is up there, and that's Billy Bruton in the last half of the top half of the 11th. Stan Williams, the 6th Los Angeles pitcher, into the motion, cut on and missed. Fastball low, strike 1. 5-5 ball game. L.A. coming up with 3 runs in the last half of the 9th inning to go into a tie. All right, Williams with his sign. Bruton hitless in 5 trips. Waiting for the first pitch. Here it is. He takes inside and low for a ball, and the count goes to 1-1. Bruton hasn't hit the ball out of the infield thus far this afternoon. He struck out, popped up twice, and bounced out twice. Here's the pitch to Bruton. It's high for a ball. He was elevated to the number 1 position after batting 8th yesterday at Milwaukee. He'll be followed by Matthews and Aaron in this inning. Williams, the right-hander, preceded by Drysdale, Padres, Chern, Koufax, and Levine for Los Angeles. All right, Williams into the motion. Here's the pitch to Bruton. He swings a high chopper. Hodges on the first bounce. Waves the pitcher away and wins the race to the bag for out number 1.
Number 41.
The first baseman unassisted.
Matthews.
And it's 1 away. Here's Matthews. Matthews has had 2 hits in 4 official trips. He is homered, singled, bounced out, been safe on an error, and walked. Eddie Matthews, left-hand batter. All right, Williams gets his sign from his battery mate, Joe Pignatano. Here's the pitch, and it's high for a ball, ball 1. 1-0 count to Matthews. The outfield is deep and shaded toward right. The left fielder, Wally Moon, over into left center. Here's the pitch to Matthews. He takes outside for a ball. And the count goes to 2-0. The center fielder, Fairley, is deep in center field, shaded toward right. And the right fielder, the veteran Carl Furillo, is deep and straight away. The infield deep and swung around toward the first base line. Williams into the motion against Matthews. He swings and fouls it back into the screen for a strike. And it's 2-1. There's 1 away in the top of the 11th. Milwaukee 5, Los Angeles 5. All right, Williams into the motion again. Here's his pitch. Run on high, pop foul. It's coming over toward the first base dugout. Hodges over near the dugout. He can't get it. It lands right on the roof of the dugout with Hodges draped over the roof trying to grab it. So the count is 2-2. And another ball zips by from the bullpen to our right. Two to Matthews. Aaron, the on-deck batter. Los Angeles and Milwaukee all tied at 5-5 in Game 2 of the National League Pennant Playoff Series. Los Angeles has the edge from yesterday's game in a 3-2 victory. All right, Williams is ready to go. So is Matthews at the plate. Williams shakes off one, takes another. Here's the 2-2 pitch to Matthews. High for a ball, a fastball. So the count has gone to the full, 3-2. Matthews up there. A big extra inning game. Williams has his sign. The big right-hander toes the rubber into the motion. Here's the pitch to Matthews. Ball 4, and he walks. That brings up Aaron, who's had 2 hits in 3 official trips. He's singled, doubled, walked twice, and popped up once. So Aaron, the right fielder, batting in the number 3 position, is the batter with Torrey on deck. Base runner Matthews here in front of us at first base. Matthews takes the short lead. Williams checks him up, then he fires into Aaron. Aaron swings a hot ground ball to the shortstop. Backhand spear, throw to second for 1. No throw to first. Aaron hits to a fielder's choice. A nice backhand stop by Maury Wills. The throw to Neal was in time to cut down the lead runner, Eddie Matthews. And Aaron is on the fielder's choice, short to second. That brings up Frank Torrey, the first baseman, who's walked twice. He's singled and flied out twice. So he has 1 hit in 3 official trips. Torrey's the left-hand batter. Aaron at first takes a short lead. Williams nods that he's got the sign. Here's the throw to first, and Aaron is back in time on a close play. And the catcher, Joe Pignatano, calls time. He trots out to talk to Williams. They're 2 away in the top half of the 11th inning. Aaron at first, Torrey the batter, and the count 0-0 as he gets ready for the first one. All right, Williams checks his infield defensive alignment. Looks at Aaron, into that stretch motion. Another look at the first base and the pitch. Torrey takes outside. It's a ball. 1-0. The on-deck batter is John Demerit, the left fielder. The outfield is deep and shaded to right for this left-hand pull hitter. Here's the pitch to Torrey. He takes a strike ball. It goes to 1-1 as Williams is firing almost every pitch a fastball. Left-hand batter Frank Torrey waiting for the pitch. Aaron edges off here at first base in front of us. There are 2 away. Game all tied at 5-5 in the top half of the 11th inning. Here's the pitch. It's low and it gets away from the catcher. Aaron breaking for second base. Pignatano grabs it behind the plate but cannot make a throw. And Aaron goes on to second. That looks like it'll be a pass ball. So Aaron goes to second base. And it's a pass ball. Charged against the catcher, Joe Pignatano. So Aaron is in scoring position at second base. And it's a 2-1 count against Torrey. Williams has his signal. Checks the base runner. Aaron with a comfortable lead. Nobody playing behind him on the bag. Here's the pitch. Outside for a ball. That makes it 3-1. A 3-1 count to the hitter. The stretch again by Williams. Here's the pitch, and they pass him intentionally. They give him the 4th ball intentionally. Scheduled to bat is Johnny Demerit. Torrey is passed. A 4th ball intentionally on a 3-1 count. Aaron at second. Torrey at first. They'd rather pitch to Demerit. And here comes Walter Alston out to talk to Williams. The catcher, Pignatano, is out there, so it's Hodges. There are 2 pitchers warming up for the Dodgers in the bullpen to our right.
For Milwaukee, Batting for Demerit, number 28.
Getting a pinch hitter for Demerit.
Spangler.
Al Spangler is batting here in the 11th inning. He appeared in 5 games for Milwaukee. He had 12 at-bats, picked up 5 hits for a .417 percentage. So in limited appearances, he did very well. Al Spangler batting for Demerit here in the 11th. Spangler was just brought up from the American Association after their playoffs. So he's the batter, a left-hand swinger. Stan Williams working with 2 on for Milwaukee in the top half of the 11th inning. Aaron and Torrey, the base runners. Aaron at second, Torrey at first. A walk, a fielder's choice, and another walk could put them aboard. There have been no hits here in the 11th for Milwaukee. Here's the pitch to Spangler. A ball on the outside. Ball 1. The first man up in the 11th, Bruton, grounded out to the first baseman unassisted. Matthews then walked, was out when Aaron hit to a fielder's choice, short to second. Aaron moved to second on a wild pitch, and Torrey has gone aboard at first, receiving an intentional 4th ball. All right, Williams in the stretch motion. Looks at second. The pitch is in to Spangler. He swings and misses at a fastball. 1-1 count.
The Rosary and Back to the Bible follow the ball game over Quality Modern Radio in Albany, WOKO.
1 count. 1 ball and 1 strike is the count to the left-hand batter. The top half of the 11th inning of Los Angeles. 5-5 ball game. The National League pennant riding on the outcome. Here's the stretch by Williams. Runners move away. Spangler waits. The pitch is high. The fastball again. And that takes it to 2-1, 2 balls and 1 strike. Aaron the runner at second, Torrey the runner at first. Pinch batter Al Spangler, left-hand swinger. Waiting for the pitch from Williams, who nods his approval of one, the sign from Pignatano. Here's the stretch and the pitch. It's high for a ball, the fastball. And it's 3-1. 3 balls and 1 strike. Cottier is on deck. Chuck Cottier, the second baseman. All right, here's the 3-1. A wide one here loads them up in the 11th. Williams has his sign. Here's the pitch. He swings and misses for a strike. And that takes it to a full count of 3-2. A full 3-2 count here in the 11th inning. Milwaukee leading 5-2 going into the last half of the 9th. Saw the game tied up. Burdette knocked out. McMahon came on. Spahn replaced him, and Shea replaced Spahn, all in the 9th inning. All right, Williams ready with the 3-2 count. The runners will be off. They're at 2 away. Rookie Al Spangler waiting for the pitch from the big right-hander, Williams of the Dodgers. Here it is. He takes the ball outside. The bases are loaded. And so here in the 11th inning, the bases have been loaded on 3 walks.
Number 13, Chuck Cottier, second base.
Here comes Cottier. Also a youngster with this ball club. He appeared in only 9 games this season. In 24 at-bats, he picked up 3 hits for a .125 percentage. And I think he's being called back. And that looks like Adcock to me, Tony.
For Milwaukee,
Joe Adcock, who didn't start today's game after playing the full game yesterday, is going to pinch hit for Cottier.
Adcock.
So Adcock comes on with the bases loaded and 2 away. He was blanked in yesterday's game up at Milwaukee. The sacks are filled. Aaron at third, Torrey at second. At first base is Spangler. And the batter is Adcock. 2 out, 3 on. Game tied at 5-5 in the top half of the 11th inning. Stan Williams, the LA right-hander. And one of the tough men on this Milwaukee club up at the plate, Adcock. Saved for just such a situation today by Fred Haney. Here's the pitch to Adcock. He takes a strike called on a fastball. Nothing in 1 count to the big first baseman. Braves have 5 runs on 10 hits. Los Angeles 5 runs on 12 hits. And of the 12 hits, they picked up 5 in the 9th inning. Adcock waits. Here's the pitch from Williams. He swings. There's the ground ball down to the shortstop. The flip to second. The fielder's choice to retire the side. So in the 11th inning, no score in that inning for Milwaukee. They leave 3 on. No runs, no hits, no errors. 3 left on.
Attention! Now you can get the original Pabst Blue Ribbon beer. Such a beer hasn't been enjoyed in America in over 50 years. Look for the special label on every bottle and can of the original, get original Blue Ribbon beer.
We've totaled up the number of players used in this ballgame by the 2 clubs so far, and the number 41. Change in the lineup has Al Spangler out in the left field position now for the Milwaukee Braves. He came in as a pinch batter in the last half inning and is now out playing in left field. Bobby Avila has made an appearance also and will be at second base replacing Chuck Cottier. Avila, Cottier, and quite a few others shared second base for the Milwaukee Braves as it was a problem position for them during the course of this season. Avila played yesterday. He is now in this ball game in relief at second base with Chuck Cottier having been taken out for a pinch batter. We're going into the bottom half of the 11th inning. Tie score at 5-5. Here's Bob Finnegan.
All right, the first hitter up in the bottom half of the 11th inning is Joe Pignatano, the number 2 catcher today for Los Angeles. Pignatano, right-hand batter. The first pitch to him, he tries to hold off on the swing, but it bounces off the bat into the screen behind home plate, so it's a strike 1 count. Pignatano, batting for the first time today. With the Dodgers and the Braves all knotted at 5-5. Last half of the 11th inning, Joey J, the Milwaukee pitcher. Here it is. It hit him. He's hit with a pitch ball.
Number 6, Carl Barillo.
Pignatano is hit with a pitch ball. An inside pitch that he turned his back on. And he goes to first base with the lead run, the winning run. The batter is Carl Barillo, the right fielder. Here's Barillo. Batting for the second time. He drove in a run in the 9th inning on a sacrifice fly to right. Number 6, Barillo. Pignatano at first base, representing the winning run. Joey J just plucked him with an inside pitch. All right, here's the stretch by J. The pitch to Barillo. He's bunting. He shortens up and lets it go by outside for a ball. The strategy is to put Pignatano into scoring position. Wills is due up, and then Fairley in that order. All right, Jay has his time. Pignatano with a short lead, a ball 1 count to Barillo, apparently attempting to bunt, at least on the last pitch. Shortens up again. Drops a bunt foul down the first base line, and the count goes to 1-1. Ball 1, strike 1 count. Los Angeles Coliseum shaded now in the 11th inning of this ball game, a wild and woolly affair. All the stops being pulled out, and well they might. If LA wins it, they head for the World Series against the White Sox on Thursday in Chicago. If Milwaukee wins it, we play tomorrow. All right, Jay, the stretch motion. 1-1 count to Perillo, who's been trying to bunt. Let's watch it. Here's his sign. Here's the pitch. He shortens up. He drops it down. A hard bunt. Matthews falls. This one is sent all around. Eddie Matthews came charging in from third base, and Perillo may have seen that. He knocked a hard bunt which went past Matthews. He tried to put the skids on and just slid and fell down. And Jay got to the ball, running toward third base. By the time he could get it, Perillo had crossed the bag, and it's a hit. Matthews came tearing in from third base. Perillo possibly saw this, and instead of laying down a short bunt in front of the plate, he pushed it right past Matthews, who skidded to a stop and fell down and couldn't handle it. So Los Angeles now has runners at first and at second, with Maury Wills, the shortstop, due. And the coach at first base runs out to talk to Pignatano, who once again represents the winning run, this time in the 11th inning. He had been on in the 9th representing the winning run and did not score. Tony, how about that bunt? What do you think? Do you think Perillo changed his mind on the hardness of the hit when he saw Matthews charge?
I think it's a credit to the veteran baseball player and the knowledge he has picked up and experience in baseball over a period of years. He saw the situation, took advantage of it beautifully.
A terrific bunt right past Matthews, who tried to come to his stop, skidded and fell down on the seat of his pants. All right, here's Maury Wills. Last time up, he got a hit. Runners at first and second move off. Pignatano at second. The bunt attempt is fouled off into the air toward the third base dugout. It's a foul strike. Maury Wills has been to the plate 4 times. He has bounced out twice, struck out, and singled to center. The first man up was hit by a pitched ball. That was Pignatano. Perillo just bunted past Matthews for a hit. There's nobody out. Runners at first and second. The first and third baseman close. The bunt attempt. He lets it go by for a ball. It was low, 1-1. Ron Fairley is the on-deck batter for Los Angeles. Pignatano at second. Perillo at first. Torre in close from first. Matthews close from third. Expecting Wills to bunt on the 1-1 pitch. Joey Jay, the pitcher. Here it is. He fouls the bunt attempt off behind home plate, and the count goes to 1-2. And so now, if he elects to try again and fails, fouling it off, he will be automatically out. He looks down at the third base coach, Pee Wee Reese, who takes a hitch in his trousers, the hands across the front of the uniform. He yells down to Wills, 1-2. Let's see what they're having him do. Attempt to bunt again or swing away. Pignatano at second. Perillo at first. Nobody out. The last half of the 11th inning, with Milwaukee and Los Angeles tied at 5-5. Joey Jay fires to the plate. Wills swings. He fouls it off down the left field line. It goes into the seats. A foul strike. So the count stays at 1-2. Runners at first and second for the Dodgers. Maury Wills, left hand swinging, LA shortstop. Here's the stretch and the pitch. Wills swings, fouls it off again, this time back into the screen behind the plate. A baseball comes out into the playing field. Oh, I don't know where that came from. I think it came off the stanchion back there in that screen, probably deflected off. Picked up by the bat boy and taken to sidelines. All right, Maury Wills batting, 1-2 count to the left-hand cutter. Pignatano at second, Perillo at first. Jay in the stretch. Here's the pitch to Wills. He swings a fly ball to left field. The left fielder, Spangler, back up against the wall and grabs it for the out, and there's no advance.
Number 8, Ron Fairley.
Run away, brings up Fairley.
Center field.
A hit batsman, a bunt hit, a fly ball to left, which was caught. We have runners at first and at second with one away in the last half of the 11th. Ron Fairley, the left-hand swinging outfielder, hitting at 240 on the season, up in a big situation here in the 11th. Jay winds, he throws, it's too close. He pulls his feet back from that one. Ball 1. Crandall calls time. He wants to go out to talk to Jay. He hands him the baseball and walks him back to the rubber. Jay says he's got the idea. The leadoff batter, Gilliam, is the on-deck batter. A 5-5 ball game in the last half of the 11th inning. Los Angeles runners at first and at second. Ron Fairley, left-hand swinger, waiting for the pitch against the right-hander, Joey Jay. Here's the stretch and the pitch to Fairley. He takes the strike called and a change-up curveball. Milwaukee has a left-hander and a right-hander going. Rush and Pizarro. Rush the right-hander, Pizarro the southpaw. Nobody warming up in the LA bullpen. Jay ready. Here's the pitch to Fairley. He swings a fly ball to left center. Spangler out there. He's going to make the catch. He's got it in front of the track in left center field. And there are two away.
Number 19.
Well, that leaves it up to Jim Gilliam.
Gilliam.
Leadoff hitter. This ball game from the Los Angeles Coliseum with yours truly, Bob Finnegan and Tony Flynn, is being brought to you by the new Schick electric razor and Pabst Blue Ribbon beer. Gilliam has been up to the plate 5 times, and he owns 1 hit. Here's the pitch to Jim. It's low and close for a ball 1. The first 2 hitters got aboard, a hit batsman and a bunt single, and they have stayed at first and second, while Wills and Fairley fly to left. Joey Jay pitching in this tense situation for Milwaukee. Gilliam with Neal on deck. Runners off at first and at second. Here's the stretch by Jay. And the pitch to Gilliam is low and inside again for ball 2. 2-0. The runners retreat to their bases. A hit batsman, a bunt hit, a fly ball to left, which was caught. And we have runners at first and at second with 1 away in the last half of the 11th. Ron Fairley, the left-hand swinging outfielder, hitting at 240 on the season, up in a big situation here in the 11th. Jay winds, he throws, it's too close. He pulls his feet back from that one. Ball 1. Crandall calls time. He wants to go out to talk to Jay. He hands him the baseball and walks him back to the rubber. Jay says he's got the idea. The leadoff batter, Gilliam, is the on-deck batter. A 5-5 ball game in the last half of the 11th inning. Los Angeles runners at first and at second. Ron Fairley, left-hand swinger, waiting for the pitch against the right-hander, Joey Jay. Here's the stretch and the pitch to Fairley. He takes the strike called and a change-up curveball. Milwaukee has a left-hander and a right-hander going. Rush and Pizarro. Rush the right-hander, Pizarro the southpaw. Nobody warming up in the LA bullpen. Jay ready. Here's the pitch to Fairley. He swings a fly ball to left center. Spangler out there. He's going to make the catch. He's got it in front of the track in left center field. And there are 2 away.
Number 19.
Well, that leaves it up to Jim Gilliam.
Gilliam. Third
Leadoff
base.
hitter. This ball game from the Los Angeles Coliseum with yours truly, Bob Finnegan and Tony Flynn, is being brought to you by the new Schick Electric Razor and Pabst Blue Ribbon Beer. Gilliam has been up to the plate 5 times, and he owns 1 hit. Here's the pitch to Jim. It's low and close for a ball 1. The first 2 hitters got aboard, a hit batsman and a bunt single, and they have stayed at first and second, while Wills and Fairley fly to left. Joey J pitching in this tense situation for Milwaukee. Gilliam with Neal on deck. Runners off at first and at second. Here's the stretch by Jay. And the pitch to Gilliam is low and inside again for ball 2, 2-0. The runners retreat to their bases. A 2-0 count. Gilliam the batter, Neal the on-deck hitter. For those of you tuning in late, Milwaukee went into the 9th inning leading 5-2 behind Burdette for the distance. Los Angeles scored 3 runs on 5 hits, knocked out Burdette, and came into a tie. We're in the last half of the 11th. Here's the pitch to Gilliam. He takes too close, ball 3. Well, a bad one here. We've got 3 on, and Neal, who has homered and tripled, would be the batter. Neal hit a triple his first time up, a home run the second time. Since that time, he has grounded out twice and fouled out. All right, here's the 3-0 to Gilliam. It's too close, ball 4. Joe Pignatano, who has been moving around the bases in very slow fashion, has now moved to third. And moving out slowly on the diamond from the third base dugout is Fred Haney. And if he pulls Jay, that'll mean we'll have the 5th Milwaukee pitcher this afternoon. And Los Angeles has used 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pitchers. Now let's take 10 seconds until we see this decision for the stations across the country to identify themselves. We'll pause 10 seconds for station identification.
This is Quality Modern Radio in Albany, New York, WOKO. Immediately following today's game, hear Troy Buick's Baseball Roundup, followed by the Rosary and Back to the Bible.
Your attention, please.
Bob Rush is coming on to pitch for Joey J here in the 11th inning.
Number 17, Bob.
Tony, what have we got on Rush?
Rush has a fine earned run average this season of 2.43. He has appeared in 30 ball games, started 9 ball games, pitched 1 complete game. His 1-loss record is 5-5. He's pitched 101/3 innings, has given up 100 hits, 22 walks, has struck out 64, has allowed 5 home runs. 38 runs have scored against him for an earned run average of 2.43. So the Milwaukee Braves go to their 5th pitcher in the ballgame. Burnett started, went 8. Did a great job in the 8 innings he pitched. McMahon and Spahn followed. Jay came on, and here is Big Bob Rush on the mound, set to take some warm-up throws.
Well, Tony, when you say Big Bob, you're not kidding. Because while Rush is warming up, we can tell you that this big fella is 6 feet 5, 208 pounds. Rush comes originally from Battle Creek, Michigan, makes his home now in Mesa, Arizona, and began his baseball career with the Chicago Cubs. So he comes on, he becomes Milwaukee's 5th pitcher, and in the ball game he becomes the 11th of the afternoon. And considering the fact that Milwaukee went into the 9th inning with their starter Burdette, that's quite a change in the ball game, beginning with that last half of the 9th. So we've had 11 pitchers on the scene, 6 for Los Angeles, 5 for Milwaukee. And there's no sense holding back as far as Milwaukee is concerned, because they lose this one, and they can start packing for that trip home, because Los Angeles will have won. The National League pennant will head for Chicago for a Thursday opener with the White Sox. Well, the hitter now is Charlie Neal. And in this 11th inning, there has been a hit batsman, a bunt single, and a walk to load the bases. There are 2 away. The runners are at third base, Pignatano, at second base, Murillo, and Gilliam at first. Here's Neal. Just after the 11th inning, a 5-5 game. We're at the Los Angeles Coliseum. And Rush, the big fellow with the glasses, towering above the rest of the infield from the pitcher's hill. Right-hand batter Charlie Neal and a crowd of 36,000. Tense and expectant. Runners off all the way around. First pitch to Neal. He swings, ground ball to Matthews. He's got it, throw to first. He gets him. They got out of it, leaving 3 stranded. The totals on the 11th for Los Angeles, no runs, 1 hit, no errors, 3 left. And at the end of 11 full innings of play, the score is Los Angeles 5, Milwaukee 5.
With the lights on at Milwaukee County Stadium yesterday because of overcast skies and threatening weather, we now have the lights on at the Coliseum as the sun has gone down quite a bit and shadows have fallen here in the Coliseum. So the baseball end of this large amphitheater is now lit by the power of the arc lights, and maybe this will extend itself into a night game, Bob.
Well, they've done pretty good. Let's see. It's 10 minutes to 5 on the coast. This began at 1:30. So that's a 3.5-hour ball game approaching us. As we go to the 12th, Del Crandall will lead off for Milwaukee against Stan Williams, who wants a new baseball and will get it. Crandall, Mantilla, and the pitcher, Rush, are due. A right-hander, number 17, is warming up for Milwaukee. That's Rush getting some more warm-up tosses in. He finished the frame, but didn't feel sufficiently warm, so he's throwing a few more. Art Williams set to face Crandall, a 5-5 game. Crandall swings at the fastball, fouls it off, back of the plate. And we have an 0-1. Crandall has been up to the plate 5 times. This is his 6th. He has 1 hit in 5 official trips. That was a triple in the 8th inning, and he scored. That was the 5th Milwaukee run. All right, Williams, the right-hander, against Crandall. Crandall backs away from the fastball, and the count goes to 1-1. Ball 1 strike 1 count. The bottom third of the Milwaukee lineup. Sometime when I get a lot of time, Tony, I'm going to sit down back at the hotel and figure out this scorecard today. Now, ground ball to the shortstop. Wills has it, the long toss, and he's out. Crandall out by 2 steps. And so it's 1 away in the top of the 12th. Boy, what a change in this ball game. Burdette breezing along in quest of his 22nd and his 3rd victory without defeat against Los Angeles this year. Into the 9th inning, the first 3 men singled, and boom, the whole thing blew up. Here's Mantilla, swings and pops up the first one, wide of 3rd. Gilliam in the coach's box over there. He's got it for out number 2. So there are 2 away here in the 12th inning. And Rush is coming out, I believe. That's Bob. He's coming out to hit. So since Milwaukee has used Burdette, McMahon, Spahn, Jay, and Rush, they're putting Bob up there to swing. 2 men away. Top of the 12th inning at Los Angeles. This is Bob Finnegan with Tony Flynn. Mighty pleased to be hanging on with you on this one today. Rush, right-hand batter. Stan Williams, the no-wind-up right-hander for L.A., fires the pitch. Rush swings, fouls it off to the first base side into the seats. The 6-man umpiring crew today under head umpire Al Barlick, poised and ready for anything that comes up. Rush has been at the plate 31 times and his 6 hits. There's a strike called on a fastball. 0-2 to Rush. The leadoff hitter, Bruton, the on-deck batter. Los Angeles has in the infield the starting combine. The outfield is Boone in left, Fairley center, Perillo right now. Here's the pitch to Rush. He takes low bridges him as he backs away from the fastball. It's a ball. 1-2. Gilliam at third, Wills at short, Neal at second, Hodges at first in the infield for Los Angeles. There's been no change there. Moon has gone from right to left where he is now. Fairley is in center. Snyder started there. Perillo is in right. Moon started in that position. Here's the pitch to Rush. It's a little bit low on the outside. A 2-2 count. Pignatano is the catcher. Roseboro was the starter. 2-2 count to Rush. Nobody on, 2 away, top of the 12th inning at Los Angeles. L.A. with a chance to win the National League pennant today. Milwaukee with a chance to get a life in a game tomorrow if they win today. Here's the pitch. Rush swings and misses for strike 3 to retire the side. In the 12th inning for Los Angeles, no runs, no hits, no errors. 3 up and 3 down. And as we go to the 12th inning, the last half with L.A. batting, the score is Milwaukee 5, Los Angeles 5. Yes, that good old-time flavor is here again in the original Pabst Blue Ribbon beer. Give it a try. We know you'll enjoy it. In the last half of the 12th inning, Wally Moon will lead off, and it was he who led off the 3-run 9th inning that brought Los Angeles into a tie. Moon, Snyder, and Hodges came up with consecutive singles to knock out Burdette in the 9th inning. McMahon, Spahn, and Jay also came on in the 9th inning before it was over and sent it into extra innings. Moon has been up to the plate now. This is his 6th trip, and he has 3 hits. Here's the first pitch to Wally, and he takes a strike on the inside corner, belt high. Bottom half of the 12th inning. L.A. and Milwaukee 5-5 in the second game of the 1959 National League pennant playoff. L.A. with a 1-game edge in the series. Rush into the motion. Here's the pitch to Moon. He changes up and just misses low and close for a ball. That makes it 1-1. Moon singled back to the bag at second in the first. He singled to center in the fourth, flied to center in the sixth, singled in the eighth. It was safe on an error in the 10th. Here's the pitch to Moon. He takes a strike call to change up curveball. A nice pitch. Rush fed him one fast one, and the last 2 have been change-up pitches. Moon's a good fastball hitter. The last half of the 12th inning. And you couldn't ask for more baseball than we're seeing here today in California.
This is WOKO Albany.
Bob Rush into the motion. Wally Moon waits. Here it is to Moon. Moon swings a high pop-up in the infield. The second baseman, Avila, on the outfield grass and takes it for out number 1. The pitcher, Stan Williams, do.
Stan Williams. Pitcher.
Williams, the 6th moundsman for Walter Alston today, is coming up to bat. He struck out his last trip. That was in the 10th inning. He'll be followed by Hodges. So the Los Angeles lineup bears a similarity to the starting lineup, but there are quite a few changes. Roseboro is out. Larker is out, both good hitters. Snyder is out, a hitting threat. If Gilliam, Neal, Moon, Williams, Hodges, Pignatano, Perillo, Wills, and Fairley in the lineup now, in that order. And we are at Williams batting in the number 4 position since he came into the game. Here's Rush. The right-hander deals one in, and it's cut on a high fly ball deep to left. But I think it's going to be caught. Spangler against the screen out there, in a couple of steps, and he grabbed it. Wow, that took off like it might have gone the distance. Williams got a hold of the fastball, lofted it. Had it been down the line, it would have gone at least against the screen. But it went to left center, and Spangler was out there to take it in. So it's 2 away, and here is Hodges. Gill coming up to the plate this afternoon for his 6th time, has 2 hits in 5 official trips. Right-hand batter. Rush rocks into his deep motion. Here's his first pitch to Gill. He takes a strike call right across the heart of the plate, a curveball. It's 0-1. Princeton, Indiana's gift to Major League Baseball, Gil Hodges. Right-hand batter. Rush fires. He misses outside with a fastball. And the count goes to 1-1. The ball game now has gone 3 1/2 hours on official time, but it's approximately that. All right, Rush into the motion again. Here's the pitch to Hodges. He ticks outside and low. And the count goes to 2-1. 2 balls and 1 strike. It seems to me that they've opened up the gates out here. There's so many people sitting way, way out beyond center field at the Coliseum, as though they may have come in moments ago at that end of the playing field. All right, Rush into the motion. 2-1 count. Hodges takes a fastball that just misses outside for a ball, and it goes to 3-1. There are 2 out in the last half of the 12th. The bases are empty. And Milwaukee and Los Angeles are going at it tooth and nail, 5-5. All right, Rush into the motion. Here's the pitch. Hodges takes low and outside for a ball, and he's aboard.
Number 58.
That brings up Pignatano, the catcher. Pignatano has been up twice. He hit safely in the 9th inning and was hit by a pitch in the 11th. He's batting here in the 12th. Pignatano hit .232 on the season. He appeared in 51 games. He's the catcher. All right, Big Gill gets off the bag in front of us. As we mentioned, we're on the field, 30 feet from first base. Here's the pitch outside to Pignatano, and it's ball 1. Right-hander Bob Rush bears down. When he comes through with that fastball and leans to the plate, it appears he's halfway there. There's the pitch. It is low and on the outside for a ball. That's 2-0. And there goes the action in the Milwaukee bullpen on the other side of the infield. Pizarro, the left-hander, and the right-hander warming up. Rush with a 2-0 and 2 away to Pignatano. Hodges off at first base. Here's the pitch. Pignatano swings a hot shot past Matthews into left field, a hit. Hodges holds up at second, and Pignatano is on with a hit to left.
Number 6, Carl Furillo.
And that brings up Furillo. LA is now out-hit Milwaukee 14-10 in this tie game. So after the first 2 men went out, Moon on a pop-up to second, Williams on a fly ball to left, Hodges drew a pass, and Pignatano is singled to left, sending Hodges to second. A wind blows up in the field here and stirs a lot of papers around all over the infield at home plate as well. Rush ready to fire to the veteran National League outfielder Furillo, and he takes a strike over the outside corner across the letters. Furillo, his last time up, laid down a beautiful bunt past a charging third baseman Eddie Matthews. And that put runners at first and second with nobody aboard. That was in the 11th, the last inning, but LA did not score. And here they are knocking at the door of success again, with Hodges representing the National League's winning run at second base. And Furillo, the batter, the count on him 0-1. Rush, the pitcher. Number 5 in the game for Milwaukee this afternoon, all since the 9th inning. Here's the pitch. Furillo takes a fastball that misses outside and low. And the count becomes 1-1. Burdette breezed into the 9th inning. And then the ball game blew up for Milwaukee. They hung on for the tie and are now in the last half of the 12th. Here's the pitch by Rush.
Big bouncer over the mound, over second base. Up with it is Mantilla, throws low and wide. Hodges scores, we go to Chicago. The Cinderella team of the National League, for the first time in history, a 7th-place club has come back to win the pennant the following year. And it had to be the Dodgers. In their 3rd playoff, they finally win one and go into the series. It went as a base hit for Furillo and an error. Angeles Dodgers have won the National League pennant for 1959. One of the more unbelievable stories in the wild and wacky world of baseball. Perillo hit a bouncer to Mantilla, who threw late to first. It was a base hit, but his throw was in the dirt and got away from Torrey. Mantilla got the error, and the Dodgers got the National League pennant. So, our suitcases that are down in the clubhouse are not there to idle out the night. They'll go on the plane, and the Dodgers will meet head-on with the Chicago White Sox on Thursday. Well, one of the truly great stories, and I am sure the oldest member of the Dodger family as far as playing is concerned is Pee Wee Reese. And I would bet you that for Pee Wee, this would be the most satisfying pennant of them all. That's the ball game. It took 4 hours and 10 minutes and seemed like an eternity. But the Dodgers win it 6-5.
You can hear me. The ball game is over. Los Angeles has won the National League pennant in 2 games from Milwaukee. But Frank Torrey, standing immediately in front of us, had that ball skip off his glove and into the dugout behind first, allowing Hodges to score. He just turned around and walked to the Milwaukee dugout. The final score: Los Angeles 6, Milwaukee 5. Just let me take a moment to tell you that last play. Perillo's ground ball through the box was taken by Mantilla back to second. His throw to first was into the dirt as Perillo slid into first base. The ball skipped past Torrey. Hodges scored 1 second. It's all over. The Braves, 5 runs. Well, we'll have more talk about this. The champion Dodgers and the champion Dodgers. The winner here we go. In 12 innings, Los Angeles 6, Milwaukee 5. At the end of the game here at the Coliseum, the final score is LA World Milwaukee 5.
Well, fans, more than 36,000 fans watched today's exciting classic ball game, and you just know that every one of those fellas out there had a different shaving problem. Now, some of the fellas have a beard tough as a barbed wire fence. Other men have problem areas. Until today, a razor with just 1 speed had to do for all 3. But now, there's 1, 2, 3 speeds in the new 6 3-speed razor, because no 1 speed is right for every beard. Yes, now you can actually shift the speed and adjust the shaving head to shave your particular beard as close and as fast as you like. You can shift the high and get the stepped-up drive to shave tough, wily whiskers really close. Or shift the low for a gentler shaving action, whatever your beard. Now you can cut the speed, cut the head, get the shave that fits your face with the new 6 3-speed razor. First chance you get, go to your dealers for a free demonstration of the new 6 3-speed electric razor.
Well, here we are back at the Los Angeles Coliseum. Brother, what a thriller this was. The winning run scores with 2 outs in the last half of the 12th inning. Here's the way that inning went. Moon opened it to the pop-up to second. Williams flies deep to left center. Then Hodges threw a pass. Pignatano single to second. Single to left, sending Hodges to second. Perillo bounced one through the box. Pass right. Mantilla made a nice shot back to the bag. His throw to Torrey was into the dirt, skipped past him, and went into the dugout. The final score, Los Angeles 6, Milwaukee 5. Del Randall, you know offhand, I don't think there was an error on that last play, but I couldn't see it on the board. You see here? I don't think that's an error play. Let me take a look at the totals. The totals have been posted now. 2 errors each way. And they have given Mantilla an error on the throw. It was a close one. He fielded the ball back to the bag. LA committed 2 errors, and going into the 12th inning, Milwaukee had committed 1. So evidently they gave Mantilla an error on the throw into the dirt. And the ball skipped past Torrey, and Hodges came in to score from second base. And the Milwaukee Braves fought the Los Angeles Dodgers, keep the nail down to the wire. But LA came back strong. They scored 3 in the 9th to tie it and won it here in the 12th. They out-hit Milwaukee 15-10. 6-15-2, 5-10-2, Williams run. So here's the totals now for the winning Los Angeles Dodgers, who will transport themselves now to the site of Comiskey Park in Chicago for the series against the White Sox, beginning on Thursday afternoon. Thursday afternoon at Comiskey Park, the World Series will begin. It came to Thursday and Friday, and the first game here is Sunday in Los Angeles. For LA, 6 runs, 15 hits, 2 errors. For Milwaukee, 5 runs, 10 hits, 2 errors. The winning pitcher, Williams, the losing pitcher, Rush, and the time of the ball game would be about 3 hours and 35 minutes. Well, one of the grandest guys in the game, and certainly one of the best catchers that has ever come down the pike, is over here to say hello, Del Crandall. By previous arrangement, you might expect that he wouldn't like to show up now, but here's the pro. He's come over to say hello. So Tony Flynn has got him, and L.A. wins at 6-5. I'm going to spend some more time talking about the game, reviewing some of the elements of it. But Tony, let you take over here.
I'll be talking with Del Crandall in just a moment. The original Pabst Blue Ribbon beer, no longer a memory, but here today for you to enjoy. It's the only beer with the original flavor of the good old times, because Pabst Blue Ribbon beer is now brewed just like it was in 1893. The beer had won the Blue Ribbon of the Columbian Exposition, the original. So whether you're planning a party, at mealtime, or if you just want a few moments relaxation, you're going to get that beer with a good old time flavor, the original Pabst Blue Ribbon beer.
Mark up and ask for the original Pabst Blue Ribbon beer. Look for the special new label on every bottle and can of Pabst. It's your invitation to enjoy real old-time beer flavor. Such a beer hasn't been enjoyed in America in over 50 years.
Back here at the Coliseum in Los Angeles, directly across from us is Del Crandall, the veteran catcher of the Milwaukee Braves. Of course, the club that won the National League pennant the last couple of years and fought right down to the wire this year. I was making a great comeback in the month of September to get in there in the first place until I imagine losing this ball game this way. An extra innings was a real hard way, wasn't it?
Well, it sure was. We had a 6-3-run lead going into the ninth and just couldn't get them out before they scored that tying run. It looks like that winning 3 straight in the National League is tough to do. It seems like everybody gets drinks their third time out, but we'll have to try it again next year.
Looking at the whole season of the Milwaukee Braves, do you think the club had a little bit more trouble this year than they might have had in the last couple of years throughout the season?
Well, we had a little more than we should have had, I'll say that, Tony, because we didn't really gel till the last 3 weeks of the season when it seemed like that nobody really wanted the pennant, and we thought we had a chance to get it, and we fought down to a tie. The Dodgers are a real good ball club. They beat us. You can't say enough about them, and I wish them every success in the World Series.
How do you think the Dodgers will fare against the Chicago White Sox?
I think they'll beat them if Alston can straighten out his pitching staff. Of course, he has a couple of boys over there. Didn't look like they were throwing too well today, Koufax and Padres. And if they don't throw, they're in trouble. But if they're all right, the Dodgers are going to go through.
Well, certainly for the Milwaukee Braves, it's time now to start heading for home and start looking toward the baseball season of 1960 rather than 1959. I know players would be much happier be playing in the World Series than that. What's Del Crandall going to do?
Well, I don't know, but we can at least make some plans now. The last few days we haven't been able to make any plans, but we'll be looking forward to next year and hope that things will go a little bit better for us.
Thank you, Del, very, very much, and congratulations on a fine season.
Thanks, Tony. Thank you.
Del Crandall of the Milwaukee Braves, and here's Bob Finnegan.
Well, let's run down our crew. We'll remind you that we'll have a post-game show, which will be starting very shortly. And here's the Coliseum and our broadcast group back at first base. We'll talk about today's game. Tony Flynn has been with me. I'm Bob Finnegan. Keith Kennedy of ABC in Hollywood has handled the audio controls. Bill McCullum of New York City has been our director on the show and has done a grand job, believe me. Frank Michello has been here for commercial supervision. And we'll be back in just a moment with our post-game show. The Milwaukee Braves, the Los Angeles Dodgers. The last game in the series. This was the second and last playoff game for the National League Championship. Brought to you by the remarkable new Schick 3-speed electric razor. Just the speed sets ahead. Yet the shade that fits your face. And by the brewers of the original Pabst Blue Ribbon beer. With that great old-time flavor. The original Pabst, no longer a memory. This game came to you from the Los Angeles Coliseum.